the apartment. At a point. I was like, I can't be here anymore. I need to go be somewhere else, because it's just like, there's like a giant hammer hitting me in the head repeatedly. And I can't find an end date online. It's like, the initial construction will take approximately 2 weeks, is all that says. And it's like, great. So who are you watching with 10,000 people, Free Ignorance, if I can ask? You know, honestly, that's my life right now, Deep Sea Fishing. Like, you described my life in 2 emotes. You just need somebody with a shovel digging. Oh, speaking of somebody with a shovel digging, I forgot to upload an emote. I got another new emote, which I was gonna do yesterday, and then, like I said, I left the house instead. So I've got to real quick download and upload an emote. So bear with me, chat, but we've got another new emote for Twitch, which is really silly that I forgot to do that because I paid for it. I literally paid him for it, and I haven't uploaded it yet. Very good at my job over here. Very good at my job. Some of you may have noticed the other new emote that we got, which was Crypt Bolt. Well, we've got the other half of that now. All right, Crypt Cross is now up. It's free real estate? Well, it's prepaid real estate, which I don't think counts as free. So now you can do... Oh, I have to refresh to do it. Shit. You know, you can now shoot crossbow bolts at things. So you can do like a that, and you know, all kinds of fun, silly stuff. Could probably even shoot a dragon. It's an artist tag for emotes now. They've had it for a bit. It's maybe one of my favorite things that they've added as far as Twitch goes. The artist does need to accept it, but like, yeah, and then you can like follow the artist via the tag, which is really cool. They've had it for a little bit. They added it around the same time they added the game developer tag. If you don't see it, you may have to refresh the stream, or at the very least chat. Mass. Also, iTug in the YouTube chat. Hello. So with that aside, it's time to dive into SKULLPONDERS. And I don't know how Urist's segment went over in the Succession Fort, but I'm looking forward to their posts about it. Which means there's been 2 segments since mine. Maybe there will be 3. We'll see. So what do you guys think of the crossbow, chat? Crossbow emote. So we have a very, very injured vampire who most recently made a very gruesome artifact. A very gruesome artifact that also happened to be out of another dwarf. It's a shame. It's very sad. Ice Blue is still alive, Hippo's alive, and so is Badger Demon, who killed a Badger Demon. Scrolling down, we've got RX and Dumb. We've got Cricket. We've got Rhythm. We've got I Heart Spiders, who killed Hate Spiders. We've got Lazy Man, Jeff, Shogun, Killed with Style, who's a vampire who created a Fell Mood artifact just now. We've got Jeff. We've got Ryder and Enter Bunny and Nano. Excuse me. As well as Owl Terror, Wolf, and Cilantro. We've got Crossbow Iron, who's pissed at us. We've got Love Monkey and Laya. We've also got Wood Eye and Phantom, as well as Merlin Buff and Serena G and Phazon and Triple A. We've also got Storm Pup and Drew. Underhouse isn't dead yet. Well, I'm kind of waiting on reading everybody's write-ups until Friday, so just looking forward to that when I get there on Friday. Up on the top here, the other vampire now lives up here, who's currently pondering social behavior. I guess he misses it. So this is where the other vampire lives. This is Triple A. Triple A, from what I can tell, isn't actually as pissed off as he used to be. He used to be very pissed. Now he's less pissed. J24, thank you very much for the gifted subscription. By the way, chat, do remember this is a crowdfunded channel. I'm here, and I exist because people throw money at the stream. So thank you. Thank you for doing that. Anybody with a hat next to your name, you're the reason this channel's funded. Been great? Well, thank you. I'm glad you've been enjoying it. Why you gotta poke Urist HF in the eye like that? That's mean. Diamond, that's distressing. All right, so this fortress is very endgame. It is a surface fort on the surface, but if you go underground, you'll notice a lot of bodies, but you'll also notice a lot of coffins. And if you go further down and further down and further down, you'll see that eventually we go through not one, but two. This was the dwarf that died, by the way, to the artifact. Not one, but two, not two, but three different entrances to cavern layers. And one of them being this one, which is the deep underground cavern, which is currently filling up with water because I'm pouring water into it. Now, the reason it's filling up with water is because I'm sealing off all of this in turning it into obsidian. This meaning lava. Now, the reason I'm doing this is so that I can drain all of this out and get rid of it. And eventually turn this into a completely sealed off area that isn't connected to the outside anymore. And by doing so, I aim to completely isolate this and be able to get into the, sweet, sweet adamantine in here safer. We're currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 layers away from adamantine. I hope to hit it today. Yeah, because then I can dig out the obsidian and then fill up the new lava with obsidian and repeat. Yes, it is a method of speeding that up. The vampire created this, which is Amur Sedil, which was made out of Kulet, the clother. Amur Sedil is a bone greaves. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of dwarf bone. My queen is Agata. And Agata is currently smelting gold ore. I think that this needs to go into her tomb. I think she's earned that. Some of that sweet DF candy, some of that sweet candy! Is that what you love? We'll have to work on it. Exactly, probably, Jody. There's gonna be a lot of those. Did they get legendary bone carver after that? That's a good question. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. I'm also kind of tempted to just deconstruct these beds and just build a wall around them. Because, like, I've got the other vampire trapped again. I need this vampire trapped as well. The other thing I gotta do is I gotta do this. So the biggest threat to this fortress's existence for a while has been my own stupidity, mostly it losing population slowly. Big Stink, thanks for the gifted sub. Appreciate you. And Ilmiran, thanks for the 15 months. Build a wall around that sub, and then you can never unsub. That might be bad. I don't know. As much as I love it when people don't unsubscribe, I think that you should have the right to be able to.
Mob 4 for my sub gift. Crypt Plotlin Crypt Beer.
I think you should have the right to be able to unsubscribe. Diamond, thank you very much for the 49th month. Thanks for, you know, being around to be gifted the subs. And shouts to Quap for doing the gifting of you. So the frame rate in this fort is kind of slow. It's been operating at like 28 FPS, which I'm going to turn back up now.
Zachris cheered. X500.
Zachris, thanks for the first bits of the stream. For $5. Appreciate you, man. We're here forever. I mean, okay, there's some people who've taken that kind of feeling to heart, but I maintain, I feel like you should be allowed to unsubscribe if you feel you need to. That is all. I firmly believe that. And while, like, I respect the dedication, I stand by my statement. Scared to dive into this game? Yeah, like Dig Dugo said, surviving in Dwarf Fortress isn't that difficult. Dwarf Fortress is it's an obtuse game, not a hard game. So, I guess it depends on what's daunting you about the game, but oh my god, I don't think I've ever seen an elephant before. I mean, I've seen an elephant before, and I've seen elephants before. But the Forgotten Beast Omethu Nadella has come. Abimu? Nadella Mabimu. Abimu has come. A gigantic eyeless elephant. It has thin wings of stretched skin. Those are its ears, dummy. And it appears to be emaciated. Its purple hair is long and shaggy. I think it's a... Isn't that more of a mammoth? Chat, can I get a round of beers for the $5 and the hype train, which currently needs 4 subscriptions or $20 in bits to level up. It's more of a mammoth. It can't see, but I'm sure it can smell, and I'm sure it smells. Mass, thanks for the gift. Hey, you got Bioactive. And also, DS, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. So it is in the layer where it can't get to me. The Dusk of Seers. This is kind of ironic. The meaning of... My name is Gregory, right? The meaning of my name is watchful, and I'm legally blind. So I've always found that deeply ironic. This is the Dusk of Seers. And it's blind. I find that deeply ironic. Hey, look, Matt, some aluminum. Thank you very much for the $10 in bits as well, Deep Sea Fishing. Appreciate you, mate. Isn't Crypt like the falling dwarf kind of a yeet? I don't really have a yeet emote, do I? Also need to check something. Did I need to turn this off. And Celesty, thanks for the 28th month. Okay, so he just... Uh-oh. Wolf, why'd you go do that? Why? Wolfist Wolf, why'd you do that? Why'd you do that to me? Ice Blue as well, thanks for the 5-pack. Thanks, dude. Cheers. Means a lot. What are you doing? Oh, you're trying to chain it up. Right. What if I remove you from the Captain of the Guard job? What if I also went up here and deleted this?
Deep Sea Fishin' cheered. X1000. Crypt Yeet.
What if I also went up to here and deleted that? Although you might be trying to chain him up there, which would actually be pretty good. So hold on, let me just go back up to here. But then he might leave. He's gonna get 225 days in prison. Well, okay. You would like me to save the game. I don't see the purpose of this. But you wasted your points, not me. The hype train is still going. It's now half of the way towards level 4. It needs 4 more subscriptions or $20 in bits to level up once again. And thank you, everybody. Don't forget, Prime subs go a long way as well. Same with 3 subs. Do I have any scholars or disabled soldiers who can become scholars? Yes, and probably. Do I have any that aren't named currently? Probably not, but I can name one. Or find one and name it. Do you have beard preference? I cannot remember the last time Dwarf Fortress crashed during a save. Mid-season, Audra. So I have not had that experience, fortunately. Speaking of experience, I've been on a little bit of a roguelike kick recently. Mostly because I'm very hotly anticipating Jupiter Hell Classic releasing. And also that other game that released this morning that I might check out this afternoon. And I've got a question to you guys, chat. Is Stone Shard any good? Because I thought it was whelming at best, insufferable at worst when it first launched, and borderline false advertising with its prologue. Have they improved it? Like, is it good yet? Because every time I've looked at it since release, which the last time was about 2 years ago, it hadn't improved in any ways that I found meaningful. Like, it added more, but it was still bland and uninteresting in the grand scheme of things. And so it just didn't work for me. So my question is, have they actually improved that game in a meaningful way, or no? Wait, it still doesn't have character generation? Jesus. What did you walk into on? A hype train and a dwarf arresting people. Be aware it's a dungeon crawler and not an RPG. Well, okay. I think what you mean is it's not a roguelike, right? I think that's what you mean, right? That's kind of how I feel about it, Nicholas, in YouTube chat. Stone Shard has a lot of potential. Okay, so then that clarifies to me that it's still shit. Got it. All right, well, I can pass on that one. You guys are kind of like confirming my suspicions of like I probably still won't like it. Are those stairs the best layout? Historically, yes. You don't need to make them like this anymore, though. Historically, the line of sight code used to be pretty bad. Lagged-wise, like the game would lag quite a bit. But I need this dwarf to... Do I not have doctors? Did I turn this off or something?
_Tebay cheered. X500. Fuck, I missed the train.
Fuck, you missed the train. Rip. Tebe, thanks for the $5. My word of advice for people who are trying to catch the train is just don't wait, because you'll probably miss. But regardless, thank you. Thank you for the $5, man. My Heatstone playthrough? That was such a long time ago. Powder Keg, thanks for the prime. Appreciate you. But yeah, so when it comes to like the best staircase, I like these ones because they're symmetrical sometimes. So if I'm trying to build like exits that look nice, I find them easy to build around. But there isn't really a best layout right now. This used to be the best layout for frames. Like in version 47, there is a noticeable difference. If you lay out your stairs like this, you will visibly notice a difference in frame rate. Whereas if you used any other like format of stairs back in the day, it would lag the game. But that's not really an issue so much anymore. I would say just whatever you do, try to avoid singular staircases unless you have a lot of them, mostly because dwarves then have to lie down to cross each other, which is bad if fighting ends up happening in the staircase. So, I would just say, at minimum, do this. That's totally fine and sufficient. But you just want dwarves to be able to walk around each other. That's the primary thing. As long as they can walk around each other, you're good. Just make sure there's no burrows turned on. There's no burrows turned on. Yeah, it depends on if you care about, like... It's more about design over optimization. You always using 3x2 stairs? Use 3x2 stairs. Use 8x8 stairs. It doesn't really matter. Forgotten Beast. Oh gosh! You gosh has come. An eyeless lizard. It has a long curving horn and it undulates rhythmically. I need to name a scholar. But there's a lot of things happening. So Nomal is a ex-military dwarf and is an expert swords dwarf. I think this dwarf may have actually shown up alongside of the queen. But we can make Nomal into a scholar. If that works for you, Dig Dugo. Your only experience is DCSS. I'm mostly just like winding up and getting excited for Jupiter Hell Classic, like I said earlier. But I don't know. I've also been like looking back at older games. Like if you like DCSS, you may really like Cogmind. If you like more directed, like, I don't want to say linear games because that's a very wide game. There's a lot of branching paths in it. But if you want more like it's a dungeon that you run through games, Cogmind is fantastic. Like, fantastic. Dig Dugo is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions. He is very humble and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He likes a little excitement now and then and likes to brawl. He prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. He doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally thinks that there's something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity, values good craftsmanship, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. Also, where was that other Forgotten Beast? I should probably check. Okay, this one can get to me, so I should leave the game paused. Dream does not care about leisure time, likes trifle pewter and yellow diamond, green glass, lynx tooth, and the sound of the tressed lilac, and when possible prefers to consume knife fish, soft wheat beer, and barley flour, and absolutely hates mussels. I'm going to grab all of these dwarves, most of which have bolts. I'm gonna tell them to all go stand here. Oh, also, this fortress has a gremlin in it named Shrek. Shrek killed a Crundle who was a legendary Crundle because the Crundle killed a forgotten beast. So Shrek joined the fortress because he became legendary after killing a Crundle, which earned him a name. So that's Shrek. Meet Shrek, chat. He's doing his best. He's a competent fighter. Yeah, this isn't the elephant. This is the second one. The elephant already vanished. The elephant's in the one layer I don't have access to. But Yugosh, this thing has killed a pig and is an eyeless lizard with a long horn. It undulates rhythmically and has noxious secretions. Let's watch it arrive, shall we? Meanwhile, some migrants have arrived despite the danger, because that's just how life goes. Blink, thank you very much for the 10-pack. Holy shit, dude, thanks. That means a lot. Why does your cave map look like a body? It looks like a body? Oh, it kind of does. That looks like an arm and like 2 legs and like no head. Yeah, I kind of see it. I don't know, because nobody pointed it out yet. Probably. It just really likes that one song by that one person. Shame you can't train war gremlins? So Cricket, once they've had a name for a year, they can ask for permanent residency. When they ask for permanent residency, you can assign them to the military, and you can also assign them to any noble position, but they still won't do normal jobs. So you can assign them to be like I had a militia captain once who was a gremlin. So you can, it suddenly opens you up to a lot of really dumb. It suddenly opens you up to a lot of really dumb. We'll just say that. Let's move my soldiers down here. A child is fighting with a Crundle. Why? Well, the Crundle's dead, so the dwarves definitely won. Oh, is there more Crundles? There's more Crundles. There's more Crundles. It's a Yeti? Not Yeti. Also, I'm just gonna real quick go all the way down for a sec. Game's paused. Just gonna throw those greaves here. And also, YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the stream, yeah? Where is this beast? It's on its way over. I mean, there are 86 of you watching, with 31 likes. Also, big thank you to the 143 over here on Twitch. Oh. Sorry, this is the wrong one. It's the other one. Because this is the one that I want, which needs to come over here, which is currently up here. Then there's also whatever this is. This is a, this one's up on the upper level, and it's a mine lakes. It's killed another forgotten beast as well as some pond grabbers and other things. This one I should probably figure out how to kill, but let's just jump back over to these, not that dwarf because you're taking a nap, these dwarves. Come here, you lizard. South. South for the dwarf dins. 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 You get din-dins by going south. As long as Shrek walks the halls. I would love to give Shrek a weapon. Like, I think we've stolen... Like, we need to steal some daggers from the kobolds. And then give him a large dagger or something. I can smell them. Because it's still heading south. It's just going very slowly. The new Forgotten Sprites are in. Forgotten Beast sprites are in, yes. But you only get new colors if you generate a new world. And this world predates that update. So I don't actually have the new colors. But I do have the new sprites. The Friday Fortress, which is the Community Succession Fortress, has the new sprites and the colors. Come on, you. This way. Yeah, I guess I could make him into a tavern performer, couldn't I? I don't know if he would go out of his way to learn musical instruments. I will say Shrek has a higher chance of not being depressed than the last gremlin I had, because this gremlin has zany, which means they're more likely to be okay with running around naked all the time. Chat, I hate this Forgotten Beast. I hate it. It's just ignoring me. I simply cannot stand this level of ignoring. So I guess what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna chop down these trees. Those aren't stairs, those are stairs. And we're gonna connect these two levels together. And also to over there. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm also gonna tell the soldiers to go station over here. Second I move them, the Forgotten Beast is gonna be like, fuck this shit, I'm out. It's left again. Well, now if you stand down your dwarves, you stand down your dwarves through hell charge, ite in. Your dwarves through a hell charge, ite in. I don't get. I don't understand this sentence, my friend. Grumble. Well, I guess we can just let this get dug out slowly then. Although, apparently we can just walk over here, so I don't know why I'm digging. Maybe it's this that's the problem. All right, well, they'll get to that. See you all in a bit. Don't grind too hard. Take care of yourself, mate. Does seem to be heading towards something now. I think the dwarves are approximately, yeah, like here. Also, Twitch chat and YouTube chat. Can I get a round of beers? Because Jenny Thrower in the YouTube chat just became a YouTube member. A big-time YouTube member, too. Thank you much. Appreciate you. Dwarves cannot travel through water that's deeper than their head. They cannot travel through water that's more than 4 deep. So it's not that water messes up pathing, it's would you willingly drown in a lake? It's more that. Dwarf was found dead, completely drained of blood. Did you not get... Oh. Chained up? I thought you did. I know it's this vampire. I know it's this vampire. I know it's that vampire. Oh, it's because they filled up all the chains. Right. 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 Wonder how it would be to train an entire fort to swim. Slow and tedious and unreliable, but I have a video on YouTube of how to do it. Or at least my strat on how to do it. Everybody has a different strat, but... It's in the DF Ideas playlist if you want to find it quickly. But slow, tedious, and unreliable is the actual reality. So in YouTube chat, Audra says, I've heard people editing their raws to make dwarves amphibious. Not so much these days, but back in the day, people would edit their raws to do all sorts of dumb shit. Like, need to drink alcohol. Don't need to drink alcohol. Only drink liquids that aren't alcohol, like vomit. Different moods from different things. You still can do that. It's like the easiest form of Dwarf Fortress modding. It's just maybe less common than it used to be. And the only reason I would say it's less common is because in order to mod the game now, you do need sprites for a lot of things. So a lot of stuff that was just like a simple raw edit before is now... People overthink it a lot more. Okay, we're finally about to actually have this fight. It's underneath this mushroom, though. Which means it's going to pop up behind them, probably? Or not. Where are you going? That's a dead end, beastie. There's no way out. Is this your house here? Do you live here now? This is the dumbest forgotten beast I've seen in a while. Or maybe it's very smart. It's trying to wait until I get bored so that it can strike when I least expect it. Although, now the bolts begin to fly. And it's winded and bleeding heavily. It's winded and bleeding heavily, and the dwarves are still shooting. Its guts are hanging, which means it's probably gonna go off and die now. One hell of a shot, that. When their guts are out, they can't stop bleeding. It removes their ability for them to cease bleeding, so... Rest in peace to that creature. Mark's dwarves are extremely powerful, dude. Like, exceptionally powerful. I know it was this dwarf, so... Just gonna accuse them. Oh, I see the problem here. Give it to Nano. You can have the Captain of the Guard's task. Because my last Captain of the Guard unfortunately died unexpectedly. Thing is, though, I can't remember where his office was. So that's my mayor's. Because I think that was the Captain of the Guard's office, but... Oh, this was it. Walking through water does not equal taking a bath. Have you ever, like, jumped in a river and then gone, oh god, I need a bath because I just jumped in a river? That's kind of the result that they get. They get the happy thought if you just build wells everywhere, though. Like, if you build wells and have soap, they get very happy thoughts from that. Oh yeah, also something I should mention. The frame rate got a lot better in this fortress relatively recently. Like, right now I'm up to 45 frames a second. Like, it certainly was running slowly for a while there, but... It is more or less fixed at this point, which is very nice. Like, extremely fucking nice. So this guy right here needs to be not removed, but we need to pay attention to him. And then when all of these other dwarves are out of prison, I need to lock this dwarf up here permanently. In fact, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to here, and I'm going to get all this set as a dungeon again. And then I'm going to go back up to the top of the tower. I'm going to deconstruct this, deconstruct this, deconstruct that, deconstruct that, deconstruct this, deconstruct this as well, and deconstruct that. And this... which is actually the artifact chain, will be the ones that remain. Everything else can go away. And I will lock the door. So these two vampires can live here forever. In fact, I may even put a roof on it. Just not even let them out. They're called nest boxes, is what nest boxes are called. I'm not sure how else you want me to respond to that question. Because that is what they are called. Nest boxes are nest boxes, and they're called nest boxes. Which screen are you looking at? Or are you trying to find them in the, If you're trying to find them in the stockpile screen, they might be listed under... they might be one of those weird things that are listed under tools. If you're trying to construct them, they're under here. If you're trying to make them, they're these, nest boxes. But in stocks, they might be under tools. Are they in furniture? Okay, well, then there's that. I mean, if you just go up here and type in nest boxes, you'd probably find them if you had any, but... Oh, no, they are actually listed under tools. But for stockpiles, it's probably furniture, yeah. I don't usually think about them too much in the stocks, though, because I usually just kind of make them and build them immediately. What do we expect to happen between the two vampires? I want them to write a book or something. They can get to work on their novel. I mean, one of them's understood their life's fate. They're sitting here pondering social behavior. You know? Like, this guy gets it. Means in a second there should be a crowd of dwarves running up here to construct all of this. Also, Jenny Thrower in the YouTube chat. Thanks for the 20 bucks. Well, thank you for helping me get through my workday, and I'll help you get through yours. They're ghostwriters for Anne Rice. You know, I've never read an Anne Rice book, but I did listen to one years ago on audiobook, and I couldn't tell you which one it was, or anything about it, or what happened in it. But I keep seeing Anne Rice books in, like, thrift stores. Like, Anne Rice is kind of like Tom Clancy, where there's just, like, an Anne Rice section in most thrift stores. Maybe one of these years I'll pick up a book and see if I can get through one. Dwarves, why are you out here? Get back inside. Quit being so silly. Wait, 150 easy blood recipes for the beginning vampire is probably what I would write if I was a vampire. It would be like that book of recipes for things to use, human semen for in cooking. Hylam, thank you very much for the 6 months. See, I'll have you know, I'm a progressive modern vampire, Sergeant Donut. So it would be how to serve folks or them, how to serve them. Yeah, that would work. The fuck did you just hear? Well, okay, so I have two vampires in the fortress. One of them's a scholar, and the other one's not a scholar yet. But if he gets over his depression, he may become a scholar, or maybe he already is. He's just a depressed scholar right now. Anyway, when he gets over his depression, I'm gonna make them both into scholars, and they're gonna hang out in this tower and hopefully write books. And then chat was just like, they're gonna write books on how to eat dwarves, and I'm like, and someone else said that they were Anne Rice's ghostwriters, and I'm just like, well, maybe it would be like 150 recipes on how to serve blood, like that book on how to make. If you hide in weird parts of the internet, occasionally certain books come up, especially in subjects about like having books accessible is important for education purposes, and sometimes really dumb books get banned. Example, that book about like cooking with bodily fluids, which exists. I'm not saying you should read it or that I'm interested in reading it or anything. It's just a book that exists, and it's a book that keeps getting banned for reasons. In other news, the dead walk. Hide while you still can. In other news, I know about that book because of Motherboard, actually, and reporting on books. Mostly. But now I guess it's more 404 Media who keep bringing it up. It feels like the sort of book that probably gets gifted a lot in Secret Santas. Like, just give that to your boss at the Secret Santa kind of deal, you know? Just like, who did that? Seems like a book that's real good for that. We're also in an ad break, so I'm waiting for the ads to end. And then I'll unpause. I may just fight them, because my squads are pretty talented at this point. You know, it depends on how big the threat to my life is. I think I would rather eat one of those recipes than have to fight with somebody to the death. So, zombie or not. One isn't going to kill me. I know that for a fact. I saw this and thought of you. Exactly. Anyway. Is it the usual cacophony of abominations? Just gonna suspend all of these because these are the problem. And then I can go down here and I can unforbid all of these. Oh, great. Let's jump back down to this. Are they actually attacking or are they sieging? They do appear to actually be attacking. Okay, well, we have a minute because they are just, you know, undead. They are just undead or whatever. This is going to be very slow, monotonous, and kind of frustrating to get done, isn't it? All right, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to here. Gonna grab all of these dwarves. And I'm going to tell them to patrol the top wall. I'm going to go close this. I'm going to tell all of the dwarves to get in fort. And I need to double check that this is set as in fort, which it is not. Okay, that's closed. If I go down here, that should open now. I'm getting a phone call I actually need to answer. 2 seconds.
Nuclear vessels.
Let's take a lovely fruit, a tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins.
There's a confirmation with the thing that I ordered.
Jam it full of shit
Alright.
shit sugar and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
That's a few zombie bites among friends. Fortunately, they don't turn you into zombies, but... Let's see, where are they? Okay, so they're coming on the opposite side that they normally do. That's interesting. There's also the question of, are they going to take this way in? Which is also an open way in. They could use that way in. This way is more direct, though. Actually, I could just burn them. Should I just burn them? I haven't even checked to see if it's open. I could just burn them. Into the spicy... Yes, the spicy tunnel. Also, I need to do... Forgot to start my recording until way too far into the stream the other day, and I just had this thought of, like, did I start the recording? And I did. Well, you see, burning them will take a lot longer. But they're already taking long enough to walk to the fort that by the time we kill them all, it might just be more time effective to just burn them. All right, well, let's play Follow the Zombie, shall we? And also very slowly complete this. Or let's play Keep a Very Close Eye on the Zombie, more so than Follow the Zombie. Oh, sweet. All of this got done. This shouldn't take too long to complete either. Because they should be able to go all the way up to the top of this. Get all of this done. Ideally. Bruh. Hold up. Who? Is it you that's shooting? Oh. So they can see my dwarves up here and are shooting arrows at them. Huh. That's kind of intense. Wow. All right. Thankfully, their arrows are just wood, and, like, they're not very good at their job, so they didn't hit him. And he just kind of dodged out of the way a bunch. And now there's a bunch of peachwood arrows up here. It's like, oh, look, they had peachwood arrows. Like, they think they're a threat. So adorable. They're like, take our wooden twigs. We shall cut you from a safe distance. And there they go slowly. What is new? Yes? They've always been killable with bolts and arrows, yeah. I mean, I was going to do that, but then I remembered I could burn them instead. Which admittedly is a bit more straightforward. It is more direct to just set them on fire. Although now they're shooting arrows at something else, and I'm not sure what. Oh. Dwarf's getting very good at dodging. Now they're dead. Well, that wasn't very wise of you there, Dwarf. But no, undead are killable if you hit them hard enough in the head in Dwarf Fort, and the same goes for ranged or melee weapons. It doesn't matter what you hit them with. As long as you hit them really hard in the head, they are killable. Yeah, I was going to go get equipment, but instead he went and gone and did the dead. Should have been like Creed over here and stayed on this side and ate elephant meat. Would have been much smarter. Plump helmets are mushrooms. So I guess technically fruits, because mushroom heads are called fruits, right? It's the mushroom fruit. They're mushrooms, is what plump helmets are. Uh-oh. Okay, I see the problem here. I should turn on this burrow. Also, I don't think I added new dwarves to the burrow after these migrants arrived. It would help if I turned on the right burrow. Because the fights burrow is a lot more limited. And doesn't allow them into this hallway at all. It also shouldn't allow them above ground. So that should solve that problem. Fruiting body? Sure. There's a joke in my head, but I'm not going to say it. They're fungi? You're fungi. Get fungied, fungi. One question, is this part of a playlist? If so, where could I find it? All of my VODs go onto my there's a cat. All of my VODs go onto my YouTube channels, or onto my second YouTube channel, which is Blind Extras. And then the rest of them become unlisted on this channel when they're done. So if you go to Blind Extras, you'll find all of my VODs. I do upload them to a separate channel so that I don't spam people's... what's it called? So I don't spam people's subscription box, and I can format them better and give them proper thumbnails, and makes them a lot clearer, and I can trim them and whatnot. Are they considered plants or fruits? In terms of brewing, they're considered plants. They're under the brew plant option. Would I say it's worth getting into as a new player? So I've got tens of thousands of hours in this game. So as far as I'm concerned, this game is the best value for money you could possibly spend. So for me, yeah, but it depends on the person. It's kind of a weird game because it's... Uh-oh, was that a dwarf? Let me just try something. He may run away, he may not. But if he doesn't, there ain't much I can do about it. If he dies in the hallway, he die in the hallway. Well, he running away, that's good. Anyway, so I'm kind of like, I don't know if biased is the word I would use, but genuinely there is a little bit of bias for me because of how much time this game has given me. That being said, it's a lot to learn. So it depends on, like, I guess your patience with learning complicated games. Like, if you can learn something like Civ or another big strategy game, you could probably learn Dwarf Fort. It might take some time, though. But it is very much worth the time. I think I'll say this. RimWorld comes up in this stream, I think, more than it should. RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress are very different games. They're just very closely associated because RimWorld was very, very heavily marketed itself as being like Dwarf Fortress. In some very specific fundamental ways, the games are pretty similar. In most ways, though, they are extremely different. Kind of in a similar vein to like SimCity and StarCraft are both fundamentally strategy games, but the goal, the gameplay, the minute-to-minute, everything else is different. I think they're both very complicated, Rum Rusher. Like, calling it one more complicated than the other is a bit of a misnomer at this point. They're both very complicated games. They're just complicated in different ways. They focus on different things. Dwarf Fortress is a big-picture role-playing game and world generator, kind of like playing D&D with yourself. RimWorld is a strategy game with some storytelling elements and a lot of DLC. And it highly depends on who you are and the kind of game you like. I think a lot more people play RimWorld mostly because it's better marketed. People follow the game that the creators that they know play. And so a lot more people know how to get fun out of RimWorld. I don't think one is necessarily better than the other. I think comparing them is kind of silly. A lot of people like both. Some people prefer one or the other. I'm a bad person to ask. But, you know, here's the thing today, right? You could go to a RimWorld stream and ask the same question. Should I play this or Dwarf Fortress? I guarantee you the answer would be RimWorld, right? So make your own decision, I suppose. Like, I've been borderline made fun of for not playing RimWorld when I go into RimWorld streams. Not in my friends' streams, but there's a certain streamer who I used to watch a lot who, like, I go in there, it's like, man, are you ever going to come back to RimWorld? It's like, probably not. I just don't enjoy the game anymore. So yeah, I don't know. It highly depends on who you ask. Everybody has their preference. I mean, that is honestly, that is the world making sense, Zachris. Okay, well, call me in 500 hours if you're bored of Dwarf Fort. Me? No. Probably not on stream anyway. Maybe as the occasional, like, personal nostalgia thing, but I'm pretty much done with making content for that game. If you want Roller Coaster Tycoon content these days, Marcel Voss is probably your guy. I mean, if you're more appealed by things like God games, I know they all take a shot every time Blind says God game, but if you're more appealed by things like God games, if you like the idea of just a big world sim, Dwarf Fortress really does that well. Like, well. Like, RimWorld does a lot of things. I mean, the best thing that RimWorld does, it's significantly easier to overhaul mod it. Dwarf Fortress is a little bit more limited in its mod capabilities, asterisk right now. They're working on expanding it. But if there were anything that I were to point at Dwarf Fortress and be like, RimWorld does this significantly better, it's the fact, you know, that it runs in Unity, right? It's a super easy to mod engine that everybody knows. Dwarf Fortress is working its way towards modernizing its the ability to mod it. I mean, it's a much more gamey game, right? Like, there was somebody on Reddit, on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit the other day, who just said, RimWorld just had a new DLC coming out, so I'm not going to play Dwarf Fortress for a while, or something to that extent. It was literally just Dwarf Fortress needs more flashy and exciting content, and it's like, Dwarf Fortress has flashy and exciting content. The difference is it doesn't show it to you. You have to go find it. And I think that that's too much for a lot of people. I don't agree, really, Tartine, because the modernized DF would focus more on the overworld. The second you give the player direct control over the individual characters, you lose what makes Dwarf Fortress interesting. The second you defocus the overworld and focus it on the difficulty, it stops mattering. Like, it's what makes Dwarf Fortress good. RimWorld is a generation, DF is a simulation. I have no idea what that means. So wherever you read that, I don't know what that means. RimWorld's a strategy game. Dwarf Fortress is a world sim. Like, it's just that. Like, you know, as an example, Microsoft Flight Simulator or X-Plane are flight sims. Ace Combat is a video game. They're both games about planes, but like... Yeah, and I think that's the problem, is like, especially with things like Steam, Protager, people are informed by the first 2 hours of gameplay. And Dwarf Fortress is a game that you could spend 2 hours and not even like leave the world gen options. And I think that people have very little patience when it comes to how much time they are willing to put into learning a video game because of that refund time. And because if you've already put the time into learning a game, it's very easy to see what makes it interesting. And I've had a lot of arguments, the wrong word, discussions maybe, with people where just by talking to them about RimWorld or Dwarf Fortress, I can tell that they've never really put time into Dwarf Fort. Because RimWorld came out on Steam first. A lot of people got into RimWorld first. RimWorld always had way more streamer coverage. Like, the reason RimWorld took off the way it did was because CoCarnage streamed it every single update before it launched on Steam, and then streamed it once it released on Steam. CoCarnage streamed Dwarf Fort twice, and then just kind of stopped. And that's somebody who pulled, at the time, like 20,000 viewers, right? You know, you have all these really big creators that already know it, and they put time into learning it. If you put the same amount of time into learning Dwarf Fort, you'd get just as much out of it. But I think a lot of people just haven't tried. Which kind of hurts me a little bit, to be honest. That's out of the realms of this discussion, Uhu. I'll be completely honest with you folks in YouTube chat. The criticism about Dwarf Fortress that I'm genuinely tired of hearing, that I just don't care about at all anymore, is I don't like the new hotkeys. Okay, neither did I for the first 6 hours. I'm sorry you feel that way. They're working on it. Go talk to Putnam about it. Putnam's working on it. It requires rewriting the entirety of the new UI. It's not helpful at all in the discussion whatsoever. Like, I'm so far done with that conversation at this point. All right. I feel that way about a lot of games that are all about difficulty. Gran. I mean, I played the older versions for about 10 years, Audra, so I get it. I miss them too. But I don't complain about it, because I acknowledge that this version has benefits over that. And I'm just tired of talking about it. It's like, I don't want to censor that discussion, because I feel like that's low. But at this point, it's like, they're working on it. They've said they're working on it. Be patient. That's it. It's gonna be hard to say until we see it, right? In regards to that Siege update statement. It was beaten to death by about week 4 of every single one of the people who used to watch my stream calling me a coward and a, like, how do I word this? A traitor? For not criticizing the lack of keyboard controls more. Because unlike a lot of people, I paid attention to the updates as this game was being worked on and saw Tarn state multiple times that the hotkeys weren't going to be returning in this version about 2 years before it released. So if it was something people worried about and cared about that much, they should have said something then. And it's something that they're working on now. And Putnam's reiterated multiple times that she's working on it now. But it does require rewriting the underneath UI for the code, which will also enable UI modding. So in theory, in the further future, you'll be able to mod that old UI back in, hypothetically. So, yes, it's done to death. It's not, to me, I don't think it's a superiority complex. I think some people genuinely just play on laptops and it's annoying to play with a numpad. Or not a numpad. It's annoying to play with a trackpad. Which that I completely get. And I think, like, I don't know, I wouldn't call it a superiority complex. It does come across as elitist, though, because I draw issue with it when people say, how dare you make this game less accessible? When that is just categorically false, by all counts. Because the only thing releasing the game on Steam did was make the game more accessible. So that's where I take issue, is when people go at it from an accessibility standpoint, which is just like, no, sorry. It's not how that works. You like it less, okay. You also learned the game when it was significantly harder to learn, so I think you can learn it again. But I digress. All right. Oops. That's kind of wild, Mr. Noob. Oh, I know, Audra. I need to shut up. I'm just tired of hearing about it. That's all. This is just me and a bugbear is all. There's no shade thrown at you. You've been enjoying the archery update in adventure mode? I'm just looking forward to finishing this fortress. Especially now that, like, we've started that viewer succession fort, because now I'm also excited for the... I'm also now excited for the changes to the Forgotten Beasts, because I've gotten to see them a little bit now. And that's really cool. Okay, so this up here can get locked. This can get built and then locked. I handed it off to Wolf, and Wolf finished their set, and handed it off to Urist, and Urist, I think, finished their set. And now we're waiting on Urist's post. I'm going to start chronicling it all into a Google Doc, and then probably just post the whole thing on my blog when each fortress is done. Okay, let's do that and that. The vampires are now sealed up. How is adventure mode? You haven't tried it? Have I played it? I've spent hundreds and hundreds of hours in adventure mode. Adventure mode, unlike fortress mode, retained all of the old hotkeys. It's great. I mean, adventure mode is like... Chat, explain adventure mode. What's your way of explaining adventure mode? For me, it's like playing Dwarf Fortress Legends in a first-person perspective. It's a very compelling other way to look at Legends, basically, is the easy way to describe adventure mode. At least for me. It's like poking the game with a stick. Yeah. I mean, getting into adventure mode was what made me appreciate the combat in Dwarf Fort. Spent 20 minutes trying to climb a tree as an elf. Scroll up with mouse wheel, right-click at the top of it, and click climb, or path to here. And then press, I think it's B, to complete action. You're hella late in the turn order, but you're still excited to partake in the fort. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how we're going to handle turn orders in the longer term. Like, I'm thinking when the season restarts, I might scramble it again. But I don't know. Because then it could end with some people, like, just mathematically getting screwed. I don't know. Or maybe, like, scramble the new submissions and then stick them at the bottom or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Thank you, Shadow, for the tier 3 for 21 months total. There's a lot of numbers. Tier 3 for 6 months in advance. They've been subscribed for 21 months and are currently on a 3-month streak. There's a lot of numbers in that. Thank you, Shadow, for the numbers. Appreciate you. Feels like visiting old villagers in Animal Crossing. That's actually a pretty good way of putting it. I've never played Animal Crossing, but I've watched people play Animal Crossing, but I myself have never played it. All right, well, let's just get back to this. See how this is doing down here. As they continue to build the thing. Well, the next thing I gotta do is I gotta drain this out. So I think the way to do this... Also, I need to check something. I need to have cave-ins enabled for this fort. That's pretty critical. I'm trying to make like a run a marathon joke because you said a flying race again. So I was like, have you tried like a running marathon, or have you tried like a running race or something? But I'm not finding the joke for it. My head's trying, it's not working. What I actually want to do is I want to drain this. So I want to let this lava out here. I have a, also as far as climbing stuff goes, I do have a climbing tutorial for adventure mode. I do have that. You learn that giant Kias are sadists who love torture and kill animus animals as well as steal stuff? Well, they're giant. Isn't that just like all giant animals, though, in Dwarf? They all just kind of kill you for no reason? Pretty sure they all just do that. Suddenly thinking that they can't actually get over there. Let's make it so they can get back at the very least. Yeah, they're doing all this, cleaning all this out. Clear that. Clear these. So something I need to do is I need to go over to this. Let's also get rid of that. Waiting on you, which is going to take a while. This can get drained out. Let's cut you out, and then maybe just channel out these wall pieces here. And then this will all drain down to basically nothing. With the end goal here to channel this entire thing out and then cave the ceiling in on it. Caving the ceiling in on it will expose all the lava, expose everything in here, and allow me to fill this up along here so that I can seal off more of it and drain out more of it. I feel like you're just describing giant animals, though, because giant animals all kind of do that. Like, these ones just happen to be Kias, but, like, giant animals all have the aggressive tag, as far as I know, which makes them aggressive to other giant animals and other animals in general. So I think you might just be, like, encountering giant animals in general. It's kind of what it reads like to me. As you attempt to unsnarl a doomed base. This is nice to watch while you attempt to unsnarl. What's unsnarl? A doomed base and oxygen not included. Well, good luck with the undooming of the oxygen. Okay, you right here are going to get linked to this. And also this, so that I can get rid of that this time. And down here, this is what, Gabbro? Just expand that little stairway right there a little bit. This back here should probably be filled in as well, but one thing at a time. So it's going to take a wee bit of time to drain here, but we'll let it get to work. Also up top here, I'm going to go across there so that we can seal all of this off again on this side. Although I don't need to go anywhere near this high. Like, or even to there for that matter. It can just be all this. All right. Most of the dwarves are upstairs, putting stuff in stockpile and burning drinks. The siege is now done, which means down here can probably all be turned off. Yep, that is the truth. Down here can all be turned off, in fact. So I'm going to set you to be pulled when the other one is done. And this up here can be pulled. And this down here can also be pulled. Dwarfy McGee right here. Do some Zaviver. Unsnarl, untangle, unfuck. Okay, fair. I'm learning new term. And boom. Look at all that beautiful lava flow. You guys can watch this start draining. I'm gonna go use the toilet real quick because I've been live for, I don't know, almost 3 hours. 2 seconds, chat. Alright, we've made it back. The Great Equalizer. Yeah, I mean, it's not much of an audio visualizer, so at least it's an equalizer. The lava up here has stopped pouring. And then this should get shut off soon. Not sure which one you're linking, but you're moving very slowly. This must be the one that we need linked. Do you have no ability to walk or something? There's no way that you don't have any health problems. This dwarf is moving way too slowly to not have any health problems. Okay, well, all this is done now, too. So all of this is now draining. So now it's literally just a matter of they need to finish building this. So, what you mean is it's more of like the Great Microwave, then? Section of caverns collapsed? Oh, stuff's burning. That makes sense. I feel like there's kind of a... What's the word? What's when you cross the edge of a black hole? There's a line in adventure mode that you can cross where it goes from making you feel like a god to just being really fucking bored. Like, I like being strong in the event horizon. Yeah, sure. You kind of pass the event horizon at a point, and at least for me, it stops being fun to be super strong in adventure mode and turns into a, well, I'm really strong now. Welp kind of thing. And I don't even know if that's, like, necessarily a bad thing. Like, it's certainly not the only game to do that. But, like, there is definitely a point where it begins to feel that way. This is kind of what I'm thinking for how I'm going to fight hell eventually. Might even make it longer. Like if it goes all the way along here Because I could seal this off. I could just go that way. Directly through. So what I could even do here is I could go up to there. Over. And down. Up. Over. And down. And these could just be dug so that they go all the way around. I could fortify them all so that Mark's dwarves could shoot through. The problem is it won't look that pretty. So how do I make this look pretty? That's the problem. So how do I make this look pretty? I mean, I could do it this way. Not certain that looks pretty, though. Although that does kind of look like a sword now. Which is kind of cool in its own weird way. The problem is, what I'm actually going to need to do is this needs to be up one layer, so up here. Same with this. And this, although this top one here can go away. These need to be channeled up. And then this needs to not go up one layer. So that they can shoot down, and then actually this needs to go across here. Because I want them to be able to shoot down through 2 fortifications into this tunnel. So I'm going to need to test this with something, but that's what we've got zombies in cages for. So basically, I want them to be able to stand here, but one layer up and shoot down through these. Yeah, but the whole point of my whole goal for this fort is to defeat Hell with Mark's dwarves. So what you are saying isn't incorrect, but that's not what I'm trying to do. So I'm not going to use a hammer or an axe. You could use a hammer or an axe in your fort. But that's a bit of a moot point. Well, I'm going to start digging this out, and we'll see what we can do with it. We'll see what we can do with it. Because we've got a little bit of a ways to go before this even becomes even remotely viable. But we've got to get started. So let's get started. Oh, okay. No, I'm thinking out loud and forgetting what I'm thinking out loud about. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. It's not too far from kind of a hammer. Also kind of looks like a battleship built in that one Minecraft-looking-ass battleship building game. I'm also just going to get rid of that because I'm not certain that's the way I want to go just yet. Uh-oh. Section of caverns collapsed once again. It's like one of my biggest problems is I have this bad habit of like talking and then forgetting about what I'm talking about while I'm talking, and then are there any unused skills in DF? Probably. Although I guess it depends on what you mean by unused. There's a lot of skills that like aren't directly assignable for tasks that are technically used for things. I don't know. Alchemy was always the old one, but that got removed a long time ago. And like technically there's architecture, but like architecture quote unquote no longer exists. You used to need architecture for constructing bridges, but you don't anymore, which is great. It was kind of an annoying skill that you had to assign. And then certain workshops. So it was like an extra step for some workshops, like big workshops, like the kennels, which are the small creature catching facilities, whatever they're called. And what was the other one that you needed them for? All of the siege equipment, which I don't think is needed for that anymore. I mean, the Scholar ones are used for something because they're used to write books of that subject once they've made discoveries on that subject. So I would say that that's more use than Alchemy ever had, because Alchemy was added to the game and literally used for nothing until it was eventually removed. So, like, there was nothing. Like, Alchemy was supposed to be soap making, and then they instead made soap making. So... Alchemy was supposed to be like making metals, i.e. actual alchemy, but it turned into just, yeah, this is the skill that they use to make soap. Turns out, more useful than alchemy, surprisingly. I think the other thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to go... obsidian bridges. And this will allow me to build around the edge of this. I use these as scaffolds. I mean, I've had beer soap, so I guess anything's possible at this point. Why am I doing it too wide? I don't know. Did you ask that in the other chat? I don't see it up here. The reason I'm building it too wide is because demons do not activate traps. Neither do Forgotten Beasts, which means if I put drawbridges in this, it won't activate it. However, there is an asterisk to this. Hatches are not considered traps. So, if I were to put hatches into this, I could, theoretically, cause them to fall into a space. But they need to be attached to a wall. So the widest you can go for hatches is 2. I'm not positive I'm going to do anything with that, but I'm just kind of leaving the option there. I do read the YouTube chat. I just don't read it as much. Because the Twitch chat's a lot more active. If I don't have like subscriber only chat on the YouTube side, it gets very full of spam. And it becomes very unpleasant. It just kind of becomes a cesspool. And spam on YouTube is categorically worse than it is on Twitch. And there's usually more people watching on Twitch than there is on YouTube. Generally, I do encourage people to just kind of lurk in both, because so that's how I win. Dwarf's been found dead, excuse me? Oh, right, yeah. Right. Right. But that being said, like, if you want faster responses, watch on Twitch, I guess. That's a good potato you got there, Willie. It's a good potato. But I will eventually respond to stuff on Twitch. It's just me, or do most people just not use axes for combat? I use axes for combat. I just like spears more because I like the look of them. The only weapon I don't really use is whips. Kind of for two reasons. I find them a bit too strong. And I also find them to be a bit... I don't like managing weapons that I can't make, I guess. Or I'd rather not manage weapons I can't make. I'm not positive how true that actually is, but I do agree with the it seems that way in regards to them being good against Forgotten Beasts, bigger creatures, because they don't actually have any reach. I like them because they have a blunt attack and a sharp attack. Like, they can stab or they can thwack, which makes them pretty multi-purpose. Like, swords can do that as well, but they're not as good at that. Axes can do that because I can hit them with the flat of it, but I also don't find them to be as effective because you're not making heavy materials into axes usually. I don't know. I like spears because they have the bonk stick at the end. That's actually the reason for it. Also, yeah, just a reminder to people on Twitch, we have a new emote combo, which is Crypt Bolt and Crypt Cross. Yeah, because it's all armor pen, right? It's all the stab attack that swords have. Because swords have like the pen attack, but they also have like the cut attack, whereas spears are just the stab. You know, we were just talking about this, Audra. I have never seen any actual confirmation of that, but that is the general public knowledge, yes. It's just like supposedly hammers and maces are better against undead. But I've also seen people say that's not true, so I don't know. I don't know. For each person who says that, yes, that's true, there's somebody else who's like, no, that's not true. And honestly, I don't know what's real anymore. I do know that my green screen looks like shit right now, so I'm trying to fix it. Ow. Now there's a light in my eye. There we go. Sorted. Just move the camera so you can't see the part that what looked bad. So you're that Jedi who cuts his arm off because he has two lightsabers? Vakrak? Cybrek the Bookbinder withdraws from society. Speaking of Bookbinder... I wonder how this dwarf feels. This dwarf also likes pondering social behavior. Seems like Dig Dugo enjoys his career. As a scholar. And this milker apparently has claimed a magma forge. Even though they are a... Well, no, that's a High Master Glazer. Even though they are a bookbinder, they're a skilled weaponsmith. And they grab bronze. Cool. And rose quartzites. Hey, Wolf. How is things? How'd you enjoy your turn? I'll be honest, I haven't read through it much. I kind of skimmed it because I'm trying to save spoilers. Have I done any cool bookmark drawing? I've done quite a bit of drawing, just nothing I felt like sharing. I have all the bookmarks that I'm willing to part with posted on my merch store. I just haven't actually made them public yet for two reasons. One, I still am not convinced I know how much to charge. I feel like the initial suggestions I got from people are too high. So I'm rethinking it. And also, I don't have a P.O. box yet. I ain't going to make any of those public until I have a P.O. box. Cook has been found dead. Aye! What are you doing here? Awkward. That's what I was thinking, man. This Forgotten Beast is lying down and is spraying poison gas everywhere. Well, it's winded and bleeding. The dwarves are punching it. This dwarf is shooting bolts at it in point blank. Probably hitting it, I would imagine. Lots of punching, yeah. Iron bolts are hitting it, fracturing it in the skull. Another dwarf has died. Alath has died. This is not brilliant, actually. There goes one of my doctors. Still bleeding, though. It'll probably die sooner than later. This is going to be pretty heavy losses again. Knowing it may be their tomb indeed. Oof. Seeing bolts flying, that's what we need. These. Well, you've got iron bolts. Keep shooting, Dwarf. Now's your best opportunity to train you're ever going to get. Okay, its guts are now hanging out. It's going to die. Please tell me you got the kill, Hammer Dwarf here. Nope. Did you get it? Nope. It's going to be very difficult to figure out who got that kill, but... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 deaths. Now the question is, how bad is that gas? Storm Pup was found dead. Don't see anybody resting. Okay, so you're faint and bleeding. Did you get caught in a burst? One that I see. Did you get caught in a burst? Don't see anybody else who got caught in bursts of it. This dwarf got into a fight with it. Are you gonna die now? Okay, you're still pretty far away, though. Fort's still going? Yeah, it's not dead yet. Against all odds, man. Alright, well. Still alive. Still going. Still at it. Somehow. Somehow. Just making sure that stuff's still getting worked on. Have to unforbid a bunch of stuff in a wee bit. Iron, don't you have a dwarf? You do. I'm not gonna give you another iron for the military. So instead, I will give Iron's Fate. That to you. So that you'll get destroyed when I pull the lever. But you'll be very instrumental in helping mine into this. The idea is you share. No, you named another one and then he died and then you named another one. Crossbow Iron didn't die. You've named like half a dozen dwarves in this fort at this point. And no, Crossbow Iron is very much alive. The obsidian one was the first thing in the middle of my screen, okay? It's what I went with. You know, I find weapons to be pretty effective against undead. It's more about whether or not the dwarves are skilled, Bob Saget in YouTube chat. That's like a quarter of a half a dozen. No, that's half a dozen. It's more than half a dozen, so I was almost right. If you round up, I win. Naturally. Anyway. As the story goes, you've had a lot of dwarves in this fort. That's the end of the story. I'm not going to give you two concurrently, so you get a pillar instead. One could say that you're a pillar of the community, though, Iron. So I'll have you know that we all respect and appreciate you. Yeah. Did we lose 3 to gas? We lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 to gas, actually. We've also got an artifact coming along. No, I tend to remember the beans, actually. It's kind of hard to forget them. Hmm. Still getting constructed, and that's still getting constructed, but this one's done. So these can all get built. Same with that one down at the bottom is also done. So I can do this as well. Considering most of this fortress right now is just construction jobs, like, the whole thing's a slow process. Must have been some bad gas. You know, I'm not entirely positive how much of that was the gas and how much of it was just the dwarves getting stuck in a stairwell with it. I'm actually a little bit disturbed as to how it managed to get into the stairwell, because I thought that that one didn't have access, but apparently I'm wrong. Apparently I am wrong. But yeah, once this is done constructing here, I'll then be able to just cave the whole fucking thing in. That I'm looking forward to. I'm always going to look forward to caving in stuff. This over here, too, is, like, now drained. The other place that I could... Let's just dig through that. Actually, go up. How much of this do I have left? Doing a not bad job. I need them to channel through all of this in here. And then eventually these walls as well, but we'll do that last probably. But I'm going to need them to channel out all of this down here so that I can cave stuff in on it. So I need this lava to cease being dangerous, basically. This area down here is less of a big deal, but it's still kind of a deal, so I want that to get drained out too. Thankfully, the miners are happy. If nothing else. Yeah, we gotta drop the hammers onto... well, onto the gems. We've only got 6 that we need to do, and then we're into adamantine, which means then I can start making adamantine gear for my dwarves. And adamantine bolts, because I kind of really want to just waste a fuckload of adamantine on making bolts. Mostly because, I don't know, I've never really used adamantine bolts, so... it's an opportunity to do something that I've never done before and probably get everybody to tell me that I'm wasting adamantine. So I'm looking forward to that. Very much looking forward to that. Like, if you ever just wanted to be like, man, look how much of this extremely valuable material I'm using for something that is expendable. Because the idea is to use adamantine bolts for... because I can also restrict what type of bolts they use for what. So I can, like, basically tell them to not use adamantine for anything until it's time to use adamantine for everything. You know what I mean? Because I can restrict the material that they're using, which is really exciting. Oopsies. No, that should be priority 1. Shrink. And shrink. So that's the plan here, and the goal is to use adamantine bolts. Because they're also light. Should I use adamantine crossbows then? Adamantine bolts do piercing damage, though, don't they? Are bolts purely blunt damage? Because I thought they did both. Like, they were like a whip. Because they also have... I thought they had cutting damage. I mean, maybe I'm completely wrong, but feel free to educate me. They pierce. Right. So then sharpness would affect that, no? Anyway, we can use a combination regardless. Although now that I say it out loud, I kind of want to also make adamantine crossbows because that's just kind of amazing sounding. Just like on all counts, that's just kind of amazing. You just realized it will be the 30th year of the fort before you get it? Played in that world, sure. this has been one of the reasons why I've always been a little bit hesitant to do a viewer world like that one, is because it's going to be very hard for people to participate. So hopefully that means when people do get their opportunity to play, they take it seriously and, you know, put their best Dwarf forward, if you know what I'm saying. Put their best foot Dwarf. You know, so I just received an email that one of my diabetes products is getting recalled because the alarm function doesn't work correctly. Motherfuckers, the alarm function works just fine. It wakes me up all the goddamn time and I fucking hate it. In fact, if you could add a feature to turn off the alarm and instead just have the vibration feature, I would do that. Sorry, I just had to voice that verbally. In fact, if you could send me one of the ones with the broken alarm, I would be very happy. I'm a very light sleeper, so like my phone vibrating is enough to wake me up. My phone alarm doesn't even have a sound. It just vibrates. And like... the thing that goes off when I'm about to die from low blood sugar, I wake up 10 minutes before it goes off due to low blood sugar. But apparently I can get a free one, so without having to send the old one back. So I might actually do that. Cybrek, the bookbinder, has created addressed us a bronze spear and offers it to the enjoyable knowledge. I'm just gonna stick that on a pedestal because I've already got plenty of better artifact weapons. Just open it and disconnect the speaker. I mean, I could do that. But it is also a thing that literally stops me from dying. So it's probably... and someone will also point out, Dexcoms have an app. I know. My phone's not compatible with it, and I'm not going to buy a new phone that is. And when I do buy a new phone, I'm going to put an OS on it that it's also not compatible with. So I have a separate receiver. Could I do that? Yeah, but like it also does tell me when I'm dying, so I don't want to damage it in any way. Some things just aren't worth the... like... risk, I suppose. I just think it's really funny that like some units are getting recalled because the speaker's malfunctioning. They're really fucking funny because of how annoyed I get by the constant speaker tests and like it telling me to use the speaker. I've got a Le Kobold, several of them. They're going to run away now. It's the fact that there's still some of this lava is floating around on top that's making this unnecessarily dangerous. Yeah, exactly. Enemy. It's also a really shoddily constructed, shitty piece of electronics, so I'm kind of not surprised it's being recalled. Like, it's just a really poor quality device that is about $60 more expensive than it should be for the amount of electronics in it. So it's an $80 little receiver that, anyway. This shouldn't be a blind bull, like, talk shit about life of being a diabetic. I don't need you guys to just pity me. It's fine. Don't get type 1 diabetes if you ever get the option. Like, when you're doing the human character creator next time around, chat, don't select it as a debuff. It's not worth it. Just trust me on that one. It's not worth it. Does it come with a counter to the debuff? No. Just just massive cost to your life savings. Mostly. This dwarf could very easily torch themselves if they just walked down. Like I said. I mean, what? It's a miracle. The fire was put out. It's crazy. Oopsies. I mean, I developed type 1 diabetes as an adult. So... One of your kobolds will stop their thieving waves and come to the tavern to hang out. Well, that would be very difficult because kobolds are really, really dumb and are basically like humanoid crows that don't really have a functioning language. And the only creatures that go to the tavern are creatures that have functioning language where they can converse with other creatures. And because they can't converse with other creatures, kind of like a pygmy shrew, their only value to that is to essentially be a nuisance. The difference is they have opposable thumbs and can hold knives. So it's like, imagine if a crow could hold a gun. Would the crow be welcome in the dive bar? I don't think so. I feel like the crow might just show up and like shoot somebody for their quarter because it's shiny. And that's kind of how kobolds are. They can't really communicate with anybody functionally enough to... Get out of there and I'll let you live. I realize I'm just saving dwarves and cheating, but... I'm just kind of not willing to wait this long. That have trouble conversing. One of them works. Now you're just being mean. I think people like to imagine that kobolds have a lot more intelligence and culture than they actually do. Is that going to be the sequel to Squirrel with Gun? Crow with Gun? Sequel to Squirrel with Gun? Although nobody bought like Squirrel with Guns, so maybe that game doesn't deserve a sequel. I don't know. Speaking of, let's double check to make sure this is still open. A vile darkness force has arrived. I'm going to open that. And I'm going to close this. And I'm going to deny that parlay. Which is actually a pretty quick turnaround. I'm going to fly all the way back underground. There's a bunch of skeletons in that drain. Should I be concerned? Just gonna go with no. I'm gonna go with no. Okay, dwarves are gonna come and pull these levers right now. That should open up pretty quick, but that's still got a ways to go before they can actually get through this because it's all still clearing. This, on the other hand, though, needs to be turned on. So that's the last thing I need to do here, although does fights even go down this far? No, it doesn't. Now it does. So now I need to follow that beast and see where that beast goes. Because I'm kind of hoping this ugly mother trunker, Mine Lakes, Azok, who's killed 24 things in my caverns and is a large three-eyed maggot. It has a fat and bulging trunk, and it squirms and fidgets and shoots fire. I'm hoping that this will just go up onto the surface, and it's a fat maggot. I really hope that this fat maggot goes to the surface and burns those goblins for me. And ideally, they also kill it in the process. I like the difference between the two chat rooms. Twitch chat. Oh shit! The fuck is that? Followed by Hylam. It's so cute! Followed by all-around helper in YouTube chat. It's so cute! Also, the door is there, dum-dum. Grr. See where these goblins go. They all seem to be following Cuts Mob. Why it look like that? Because that's what it is. That's like saying, why do human look like bipedal creature? Because we bipedal creature. It's a big sword for this goblin. A silver two-handed sword. It's quite the sword. This goblin's moving slow. By that I mean they standing still. They're kind of like pacing around this goblin. You know those like circles that they would make in high school to make fun of one kid or watch two kids fight? It's kind of what this looks like. All right, Beastie McNoodle. Upstairs you go. It's also bleeding? What's it fighting with? Watch it just like die to this crocodile. I'm also in an ad break. I will pause the game if anything major happens. Ha-ha! It's just, you know, bleeding everywhere. It's a good thing it's just fire and not deadly blood. Well, it's going where I need it to go. There are people fighting outside of your window. Oh! Do we share the same window at night? There was a couple fighting last night at like 11 or something. Just like screaming at each other. They're hyping themselves up for the raid. Yeah, no, he's true. Maybe he's the drummer boy. He's just sitting there playing crypt bongos. You want to capture some Forgotten Beasts in the Succession forts? I think demons are going to be easier to capture in that fort, but... Kobolds aren't kobolds like Hellspawn in D&D, or am I mixing that up with something else? The thing is, though, Dwarf Fortress already has things that sit in caves that are creepy. And I think what makes Dwarf Fortress cool is that it's not the same. Like, kind of what you're describing is more like the night trolls, which are kind of the weird, they sit in caves and make potions and like crush beetles and transform victims into spouses and stuff. Like the weird body horror nightmare creatures are definitely the night trolls. And I guess cultists now also sort of exist. So this creature is probably going to die pretty quickly. I'm just going to say that right off the bat. But it is setting a goblin or two on fire. And a beak dog or three on fire. Its guts are now hanging out. Oh, nope, that was definitely the goblin's guts that were hanging out. How many kills does it have in this fight so far? It's killed one goblin and a beak dog. Good job, you little beastie. Make your family proud. Your family being me. Set him on fire. Or send him to the fire. One of the two. Okay, so there's Forgotten Beast Grease on the ground now. He's now going after the rest of them. The majority of the goblins are going, a bit more than I signed up for here, guys. I regret everything. Yeah, I don't know. I like the weird thieving crows name. I like the mundaneness of kobolds in Dwarf Fort. I also don't think they're even remotely cute, so I don't really see that part of the fandom. But yeah, I don't know. I like the mundane strangeness of the kobolds in Dwarf Fort. I think that's what makes them endearing. I think that there are other creatures that kind of fill that need. And I've said this a billion times, and I'll say it again. I'm very happy that Dwarf Fortress does its own thing when it comes to a lot of standards of fantasy. You know, it's not just copy-paste Tolkien. It's not just copy-paste D&D. It's doing something unique, and I think that's one of the reasons I like it. I think kobolds being essentially like crows is way cooler than, you know, them being dragons. I wouldn't mind them having a little bit more culture, but I think that if it's just a replica of another game's or another universe's lore, I think that kind of sucks. Back from what happened here. So there was a giant maggot. The goblins have killed it now, although I would like to know which goblin killed it. There was a giant maggot who breathed fire who's been haunting one of my caverns and setting it on fire periodically for a really long time now. And a siege showed up, so I made the siege. It struck it in the head. A silver arrow. Flying silver arrow struck it in the head. So it's going to be a bogob. Ah. There you are. Boss, I got it. Sorry, look how it's the first one I clicked on. How about maggot? Agate? Nope. Bob Saget. Looking for maggot. Who killed the maggot? Lucky shot, really. It's terrified while in conflict. All right, chat, do your best rain dance. What's up, Vid13? Because the frame rate's at 4 now, and it's going to stay at 4 until these goblins are finished figuring out how to get around the fire. Which I think they just did. Because now it's up to 12. Actually, in reality, I think we broke the siege. Based on the direction they're running. Please tell me we broke the siege. Yay! We broke the siege! So now we need to see if Maggot shows up next siege.
Woo!
Yeah, boy. But yeah, just a fire-breathing maggot. Nothing out of the ordinary, Alfie. Nothing to worry about. How's your day been, though? Or how's your day been, though? I should ask... that's how I should address you. How's your day been? Because it's a multiple meaning. Addressing you as Bean and how's your day been? I should stop over explaining this. It just makes it less funny. Although maybe that's the key of it being a dad joke. I don't know. I'm actually just going to send 2 of these Marksdorf squads to go patrol this because there's like this goblin right here that needs dying and such. Except for this one who was in the tree and is now splat and is now dead. What a way to go, man. Also, I just realized that I've got some of these to fix. They'll probably be able to shoot it from like here though. Yeah, probably. Quit shooting at my beaver. My beaver did nothing wrong. See what crossbow iron can do. Shooting at goblins. They killed my beaver, chat. I'm upset. Although my bear's also been dead for a bit, so maybe I should just assign some new animals, what that actually means. Let's put a gosling over there and a turkey over here. And dwarves are continuing to shoot bolts. Got this goblin right here. He's probably about to have a bad day. I mean, slowing down and falling over due to injuries from the bolts. He's now seriously injured and he's trying to run. Not the most effectively, but trying. Oh, he's dropped both of his... She's dropped both of her weapons. Probably equipped some bolts as well. He's now leaving. We've also got this one who's trying to do a sniper battle with the dwarves and is losing pretty horribly. Also just lost a nose. Nose one saw that one coming. Why do they keep... The fire must just be burning in such angles that they just keep, like, turning around and running back across, because they've ran across this several times now. It's like, this is blocking the pathway that they were going, so they turned around to run away, and then they run into me, and then they turn around and run the other way, because the fire is now burning in that direction. Should just keep doing those rain dances, chat. They clearly weren't very effective. But now they're, like, trying to run north. This is like an inverse battle royale circle. Like an inverted battle royale circle. Although, actually, the way out would just be to go down to here, right? That's the actual way out. It's the hard knock life for Zom. It's been turned into a pincushion and guts are spilled. Just has copper bolts. Well then, there is now sand in this tree. I don't know how that happened. I'm blaming the fires. Okay, well, we shall jump back down to here. And I shall give this a pull. I'm going to shut these off so that it... Because I'm not going to need that for this. Because this is now open and available. Okay. Are we still constructing stuff? It looks like it, yes. Back to that then. And before Elven Caravan Arrest. You know, true story, I have no idea how they're not at war with me yet. because like I haven't really been making much of an effort to please them. I trade with them every time they show up, and they keep showing up. I've been attacked by an Elven Civ, but not the one who is closest to me. So I don't know. Like I'm a wee bit confused as to why they haven't attacked me yet, but I'm not complaining. It's nice being able to trade for them. They keep bringing beavers, amongst other things. Individual 1x3 tombs. Is there a benefit to the individual or hall tombs? If you assign them to dwarves before they die, it makes them happier. That's about it. I mean, nobles require a bigger tomb. I've seen people mention that dwarves used to visit tombs and it would make them happy if their family members were entombed. But aside from them just getting entombed, they don't seem to visit tombs very much. So unless you're planning on making it into like a visitable area, I don't think there's much point. And that's honestly the best answer I can give you is I don't think there's really much point to making fancy tombs. And I often start off doing that. I even did that in this fort. And then a bunch of dwarves will die due to some horrible catastrophe happening as that tends to happen. And then I immediately go, why am I building all of these fucking tombs? And then I just stop. And then I never start again. So I don't know. It's a good question. Yeah, then I had 40 dwarves that I had. It's like the worst version of having to make 40 bedrooms. Like 40 bedrooms I don't mind doing, but suddenly having to make 40 tombs and then make sure they're all correctly assigned is kind of worse. So I would rather just place 40 coffins, especially because that's significantly more time sensitive, right? Like if dwarves don't get a bedroom, they get kind of annoyed after like a year and maybe very mad after 2. But if you don't give a dwarf a coffin, then they come back as a ghost in like 48 hours. Maybe not quite 48 hours, but in a pretty short period of time. This is going a little nuts. It is also snowing now, so maybe that'll help put the fires out. Maybe. Doesn't seem to be doing much so far, though. Chat, should I just do an extinguish all command? It would speed the frame rate up quite a bit. Winter Entombs You is our favorite song? Okay, fire gone. FPS triples. Not really. I've definitely done forts more so that are like the FPS test. This is just an endgame fortress. This fort actually isn't that laggy. I mean, it had that weird hitching problem, but like a lot of the time this fort actually runs pretty well. So I definitely think there's been forts I've done in the past that are much more that kind of theme of this is the frame rate test, the fortress. Like now the fort's running at 45 frames a second. Okay, now it's back to 34. I don't know, it was at 55 not too long ago. I think once the lava slows down, it'll go back up to 50. I think probably the most FPS test fort I've ever done was Machine Waters. And that's purely because of the fact that it was like, yo, this fort is just unapologetically like an excuse for... This fort is just an excuse for me to drain oceans repeatedly. Like, repeatedly. Still the odd fire. Okay. See how many goblins are still on the map. None. What about just cutting all the trees? I mean, that would just create a shit ton of jobs in and of itself. And also now a lot of cave-in risk because there's a lot of half-broken trees. I've been pretty consistently cutting the ones underground. Cutting the ones on the surface aren't gonna really benefit me whatsoever. If anything, that might... Like, I guess, question. What would the purpose of cutting the trees there be? To stop the fires? I mean, the grass could still burn. I would have to cut all the trees and pave the whole thing. So maybe in like a controlled area, but I don't really see that there being a benefit to doing that for the whole fort. Also, it is a food supply for us. To upset the elves and stop the fires? I'm not trying to go to war with the elves, though. Like, I realize your name is Free Ignorance, but you might as well rename yourself to Free Dense. Because you're pretty dense. I'm not trying to go to war with the elves. Chat's memeing about it, but that's not the goal of this fort in the slightest. If it was, we would have done that a long time ago. If anything, I'm trying to do the opposite, because that's more beneficial to me. Sorry you don't seem to realize that, but looks like you missed quite a bit. Eh. Not really. I just kind of built a wall. I mean, it's only a negative to be at war with the elves. It's only a positive to trade with them. Because they just bring a lot of gear that you can't make, and then your dwarves want to wear it. And they bring a lot of weapons that you can't burn or melt down or use, really. If you maintain friendships with them, they bring rare fruits and vegetables for food variety, which is helpful. And they also bring large animals that you can purchase from them. And so I'd prefer to keep trading with them. If we end up going to war with them, then so be it, but that's not the goal. Yeah, it's possible to buy grown logs from elves and then craft those logs into crafts and then sell them back to the elves and they don't get mad at you. Although I've not for trading purposes, but I've managed to sustain many forts off of just purchasing logs from people and never cut down a tree for years and just had perfect relations with the elves the whole time. And then they bring you giant animals to trade and it's great. You never trust it? It's just wood. I mean, I wouldn't trust selling it to them for obvious reasons, but, you can literally run a fort off of just importing wood, so. Yeah, they do. Dig Dugo. And I feel like it's twice a stream I have to explain my headcanon on this. They're all considered trees. So the game, all trees are made equal. But my headcanon reasoning for why they care about those trees as well is because in real life, trees use mycelium as a form of gaining nutrition and can send nutrition from one tree to another via mycelium networks. So my headcanon is the reason they very much care about the mushroom trees is it's the equivalent of cutting their internet. Because trees are obviously how elves talk to each other. I mean, how else are they going to communicate? So, I'd be mad if they cut my internet, too. If a bunch of dwarves showed up and then, burrowed under my apartment and cut my power and the internet, boy. There'd be hell to pay. How you doing, Tygo? I think it depends on the elves, and it also depends on the dwarves. I mean, some dwarves have the personality of being very anti anything that isn't a dwarf. Most dwarves don't have that personality, though. That's actually a pretty rare trait amongst dwarves. Most dwarves are very tolerant of creatures that live with a different appearance or culture. Meaning, most dwarves are totally fine operating in a state of harmony with elves. It's the players who aren't. Once again, maintaining my constant theory that elves aren't the bad guys in Dwarf Fortress. Humans are. Because we're the ones who are always like, must go to war with elves. Whereas if you actually look at the world gen stuff that goes on in Dwarf Fort, a lot of the time, the dwarves are at peace with the elves. I'll be honest with you, Mead is actually my concern about that new dyes that Tarn's been talking about. I'm actually just gonna delete all this for right now. Let's get this done, but we're ready to cave this sucker in once that last block up there gets done. Besides, like I like to remind all dwarves, at the end of the day, what is more dwarfy? Using trees for charcoal or using coal? I think any self-respecting dwarf would use coal. Castrol North, thank you very much for the raid. It's a big one today. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. I stumbled on my words and sounded dumb for a second there. Or maybe it's just I always sound dumb. I don't know. Anyway, thank you very much for the raid. It wasn't so tiny. Does anyone else think light aquifers are too easy? No, they're realistic. I don't think they're too easy. If you think they're too easy, go settle on heavy aquifers or turn up the, I think it's moisture density or whatever that makes aquifers more common. I don't think they're too easy. I think if you think that, you're a bit of an elitist. Let people learn to play the fucking video game. How's my fortress? Totally fine and normal. Nothing strange is going on here. Minus, like, the piles of dead dwarves that I've had. Pretty great. Nothing bad ever happens here. Nope. Ever. How was your stream? What were you up to today? What were you playing? Yeah, that's my big concern about dyes. The idea behind dyes, super neat, super okay and cool about having new dye options. Very concerned about how they're actually going to be implemented in game. Shrek killed a Crundle that previously killed a Forgotten Beast, and Shrek seems to be kind of stressed and is yelling at people who are in charge currently. But is a novice weaponsmith, so that's good. Speaking of, the Forgotten Beast lure has come. A hairy tiger beetle. It has a knobby shell, and it is slavering. Its brown hair is short and even. Beware its noxious secretions. I can't catch a fucking break. Oh my god. And it's in the layer where it can get to me. So it's time to send the dwarves here. It's okay, they need to get over here anyway. Wish us luck, chat. Can I get a round of beers for the bees? Just kind of looks like an ant. Oh, the bolts begin to fly. Okay. Well, that was whelming. RXN dumb got it. Zachris, thanks for the $1. And Bruno Ramslu, thanks for the Prime. Appreciate you. Mark swords are so good, chat. Holy shit. I need them. To go stand here. Because I got a few more things up here that need to get done. But once this is done, we're gonna cave this in. Mostly we're just waiting on the dwarves to arrive now. Big Burr? Mm-hmm. Tolkien, you'd like a bearded shooty dwarf. We'll wait for them to get here and then we'll give you a bearded shooty dwarf. But I'm going to go take a piss. Devil Dawn, thank you very much for the $10. Holy shit. And the big emote. Back in a sec.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
This is my favorite roguelike on the Citadel.
Bearded shooty dwarf. Also, Moose, thank you for the 30-second month. Bearded shooty dwarf. That's lazy, man. That's Kivish. You can have Kivish. Although, I'm just going to double check that you don't have a dwarf. No, you don't. He is frequently depressed after seeing Moldath's dead body. Generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions. He is swayed by emotional appeals and tends to think before acting. He generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. And he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He does not often feel lustful. He doesn't often experience strong cravings and or urges. And needs alcohol to get through the working day, yes, and does not mind outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't care much about anything anymore. Dreams of skill mastery, and personally finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent. Values self-control, doesn't think one way or another about leisure time, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable, and does not particularly value the truth. You guys just snooze the ads because of the hype train. I do have to say that it requires 5 subscriptions or $24 in bits to level up, though. So, YouTube chat, or Twitch chat, if you happen to have a Twitch Prime sub, do think about me. Bought a cordless drill. Ah! So you didn't buy it in accordance with anything? but mainly the urge to make holes in everything? I getcha. I getcha. I getcha. You know, when I was younger, I have this very vivid memory of using a manual drill to drill holes, like a crank drill. Does anybody still use those? Or do they just, like, not exist anymore? Because, like, people still own screwdrivers, but not many people own electric screwdrivers. Bro thinks this is Gurren Lagann. Man, I haven't seen Gurren Lagann in a second. That was one of the first real titty-filled animes I watched. No, I don't think it's Gurren Lagann. Unfortunately, we don't have the big cool robots. And also, fortunately, the apocalypse hasn't happened yet. Eggfish for their ability to tie themselves in knots, asparagus for their delicious shoots, and the words of the North Way and the sight of the diamond mines when possible prefers to consume wild boar, bat ray, sunshine, and chestnuts, and absolutely hates oysters! This member of the Bronze Sect worships the god of minerals and other things and has some friends and a kindred spirit in the fort. Are like 2mm drills for miniatures? Really? Huh. Speaking of bro thinks this is Gurren Lagann, I was informed recently by the person who works at the brewery that I go to that I am the communicator of Zoomer speak to the regulars in that brewery, because I don't even know how it came up in conversation, but terms like, I got to explain what skibbity means and where that came from. So I'm now tasked with finding a new Zoomer slang term every week and educating people about it. Goated is one I should bring. That's one I should do. That's a good one, actually. But this is all ready to go. Let's cave some stuff in. Not really, but I did explain where it came from. Although, my first knowledge of Skibbity was that Little Big song, actually. Okay, so Wolf the Mayor has a title now, which is Einod Wolf Channel Key, the Elder Clench of Shoving. They call me the Elder Clench. A clench that knows no limits. It's like a death by twerking. I'm here to clench and shove. Wait, is it showing? Or is that a V? I can't tell. Is that an... No, it's shoving. S-H-O-V. Chat room, thanks for the little hype train with the $11 and the 2 subscriptions. Appreciate you. How can one hate oysters? I'll be honest with you. I don't love oysters. Like, I don't think I hate oysters. Like, if I'm somewhere that has oysters and everybody else is eating oysters, I'll eat a couple oysters. I don't particularly like oysters. I mean, this dwarf killed a goblin. And also, during her time as my militia captain, captain of the guard, she also killed a couple of my own dwarves. Great banner. That was a good last name. Damn. Fishy is what it tastes like. It's not my first seafood that I'm going to go for. I'll put it that way. Deep within this place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. And also we've checked for heat, so what devilry is this? Well, that one wasn't exciting. 'Tis for the best, though. It means the dwarves can live another day. Ooh. Wait, no, is that just a normal-ass dress? Oh, it's this up here. Got a large, intricate, bright metal gauntlet. And a large, intricate, bright metal right gauntlet. The next thing I have to do now, because this has all been caved in on, is I have to go turn on the water. Which is all the way down here. And down here. An actual pair? They're large, though, so they're not even wearable. You know, I'll tell you this. If you listen to a radio show every day that it runs, you'll hear the same discussions. If you watch a stream every day that it runs, you'll hear the same discussions. You want to know why? Because we're not that creative. And neither am I. Like, I don't think I've had a conversation yet today that I haven't had before. You do own one of those hand drills? Okay, those do still exist. I'm glad that they still exist. I don't know why. Do you think Blind will talk about Dwarf Fortress one day? Maybe. It's just like one of those, oh, what's it called? The Magic 8-Ball things where it's like, signs point to yes. I don't even know if I can get to this. Yep. Yeah, no, they can. It's all about saying the same shit over and over and over again. Not expecting a different result. Expecting the same result, which is the audience is hopefully still entertained. But yeah, no, I do have the same discussions a lot. It's just kind of funny when certain ones come up more often than others. Let's talk about aquifers. Sure. And experienced the same hitching I did last week. I didn't retire a fortress, though, to get that hitching. No, it just kind of went away after a while. I turned off a lot of liquid flowing and turned it back on. So I did a lot of turning things off and on again. And eventually it just kind of went away, so... Yeah, I'm not sure. Sorry, I can't be more help, but... They're probably not caused by the same thing, if I were to bet. I think I need more tombs. What are these made out of? Granite. I was gonna dig through this, and maybe I still have time. We'll see. Maybe we will. We'll still see. Maybe we really are a bunch of Chinese bots? Why do they all have to be Chinese? You could be like English bots or British bots. You could be Scottish bots. You could be Russian bots. You could be Lithuanian bots, or maybe even Swedish bots. I'm sure there's definitely there's enough hui in the world for it to be some Brazilian bots too. Kenyan bots? Yeah, absolutely. I'm all for equal opportunity in botting. A dwarven bot, like Cricket in YouTube chat says? He said that once in 2016. When I first told him what streaming was, after I'd been doing it for several years. No, because I informed my parents that I was cutting my hours back at my job to put more time into streaming, which my dad was very distressed by and thought I was wasting my time, and was thus trying to convince me to cease wasting my time and instead put that time into more useful things, such as, I don't know, going to school or something. He probably was onto something with it, but it didn't work. How good is raiding other pits or villages? If your dwarves are skilled, it's very efficient. It makes you get attacked less because it depletes their overall population, which means they have less soldiers to send you, or they send worse soldiers to fight you. I don't really know what you mean by good. Good is in entertaining? It's not that entertaining gameplay-wise. Do my parents watch the stream? My mom used to subscribe with Prime and then got signed out of her Twitch account and couldn't figure out how to sign back in, and I don't do family tech support. So, yeah. But BLIND IRL mom was my mom, or is my mom's Twitch account. And she, I think, still has a stream up on the computer a lot of the time, but isn't signed in these days. But do they watch the stream? Not really. Every now and again, they'll watch something that I'm involved in. The last thing that I was involved with that they watched was the no-clip documentaries about Dwarf Fortress. I presume they watched the last episode of it. I know they watched the first 2 with me over here, but that was before 3 and 4 were out. So I presume they've seen the other 2 episodes of that. They really enjoyed that. Or at least what I saw that they saw of it. They haven't seen any of my bigger videos or anything, though. Not to my knowledge. So this down here should be blocked off. But fortified? So it can drain. Something's burning down there. Ah, some gems. Well, hopefully that gets put out. Water getting deeper. Bitey mean it. Section of cavern has collapsed, excuse me. Ah, it begins. And I also need to drain this on this side. No, actually, maybe I don't. I just need it to fill up with water and seal the top. Actually, no, I kind of do. I realize I keep changing my mind here. I need to dig up to here and channel along this side. Did something just collapse? Something did. God damn it. Well, nobody dying, so I guess that's good. Let's also drain this. Oh. Now we're talking. Oodaloo. Indeed. Oodaloo indeed. What am I holding on for, Def Mole? This is a bright metal scourge. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. Is what that is. I'm very confused about what we're talking about with the repeating discussions thing, but I seem to have just like lost a lot of through lines in the chat, which means I think I'm a bit behind. It matches the gloves. Oh, does it? Well, both being bright metal, I presume. Do want to know what's going to happen over here with this. It's chaos as usual. All right, carry on then. Also noticing that the moods have gotten a lot worse. I wonder if that's got something to do with all the dwarves that have died. Hopefully not. Ah, okay, so that is the problem. Do not, in fact, have enough... Do not, in fact, have enough coffins built. Somebody got a little splatted. But it doesn't seem like anybody's dead. Let's do these all second. They're fine, sure. Sure. Sure they are. There's an H down here that's kind of an issue, but your fort has succumbed to the Werebeast Curse? This fort almost fell to a Werebeast Curse. At one point I had to turn the hospital into a firing range to execute all of the Werebeasts in between me and the edge of the firing range, or at the end, the edge of the hospital. It was actually kind of horrific. It's one of the grimmer fights I've had to do in Dwarf Fort. You know, I'm really enjoying this fortress because it's such a grand project, but man, I'm actively looking forward to this fort being done just for stream purposes. I like it when people tune into the stream, and it's been very slow. So thank you to those of you who keep tuning in. It's nice to have you. It's nice to have people chatting, you know? Then that one kind of clean considering that one. Yeah, there was also the one Marksworth that was in the hospital who apparently hadn't been bit, who I presumed had been bit. It was pretty brutal, actually. Just exhausted recently? So 2 months ago, my average view count was 220, and this month it's been 160, and it's because I haven't started a new fort. Quite literally. So I'm not talking about the people who are here. I'm saying thank you to those of you who are here. It's all the people who aren't. If you weren't here, then I wouldn't be able to talk to you or address you in this way, would I? But I would like to finish this fort because I want to defeat Hell with Marksdwarves, and the only way to do that is by powering through and doing it. Armok? IMOC. New fort days are pretty cool though? Yeah, but how am I ever going to defeat Hell if I don't put the time into doing it? All what's going to ever happen is, I'm going to say that I'm going to do it for a really long time, and then chat, like, what would happen is what happens every other time I've gotten close, which is, I say I'm going to do it for a bit, and then realize chat's not interested as much as they were anymore, and are starting to tune out. And then when that happens, I go, well, we got to finish this, and then I just try and then fail because I didn't put enough prep in. That's usually what happens. Curious if it's actually going to be able to extinguish that, because that's even hotter than normal lava because it's also got burning gems in it. No, it wouldn't be. I've built structures in Hell before. First time in the last couple of years, though. I mean, I'm doing that on Fridays in the succession forts, so at the end of the day, I would much rather convince another 80 people to tune in playing this fort than start a new fort. I am very, very, very much in the mood to keep playing this fort. This is me trying to say thank you for not being one of the ones that, you know, make my job hard. This isn't me saying I want to start a new fortress. Quite the opposite, even. No, you don't. You tune in for the dwarfs, you doofus. You don't like me. People don't like me. My Lack of self-esteem won't allow me to think that. Anyway, where was I? Right. This is draining here. This is not sealing off, which is a wee bit annoying, but... Yeah, exactly, deep sea fishing. Need to get the rest of these done. There we go. You're here for Elfie? Ah. I'm sure many people are. You tend to not like to complain, but you think the Succession Fort log should be a log and not buried in some self-promotion video? I don't understand what that statement is. People have to write their logs in the Discord. What? We are slowly channeling through the obsidian tubes and building a structure around the edge of it to besiege hell, Anton G. But yeah, I don't understand the statement. You like to read and not watch? Well, that's a you problem. I mean, everybody's supposed to write their segment. If somebody wants to stream their segment and then write it, that's fine. I've got no issue with that. I don't see why you would have issue with that either. And the award for the smartest dwarf of the day goes to this one, who also managed to climb out. I mean, but yeah, all-around helper, I have no idea what the issue is here, because that is the entire point of the exercise, is that people are going to write their own segments out as to what's going on. So I don't understand the issue. If you could explain that to me, maybe I could be of more assistance, but I don't know how I can be of more assistance. If what you're saying is you don't want anybody streaming their segments, then go back to 2009. You're not going to like be able to get that in the current year. If the statement is you want people to write down what happens, yeah, that's the whole point of the exercise. So I don't get it. It's just a bit slow and you're unsure if it's ended or not. Okay. It started on Friday. For those of you who are confused about what's being discussed about, All Around Helper says that it should be a log, not a self-promotion video. Okay, so what is my streams then? The viewer succession fort is taking place primarily in this room on my Discord. Okay? In order to take part, you have to write down everything that you did with screenshots, as Wolf did. You're allowed to stream your segments, but you also have to write down what you did, along with screenshots. So if Urist wants to stream their segment, they're allowed to do that, but then they have to also write down what happened. If you're unsure if it's ended or not, you are a brick. You can clearly see it's still going. I don't know what to tell you, mate. I don't know what to tell you. If you don't like it, fuck off and don't take part. If you want to take part, be patient. Can't help you. No, they're not a fan of the fact that that Jurist wanted to stream their segment, which I have zero issue with. That's not how Dwarf Fortress works, Delpho. You know, it's kind of funny. I really like the idea of this project. I really like the idea of doing a community project like this. One of the reasons I've been scared of doing a community group project like this is I've been very worried people are going to make it drama-y and bullshitty and just fucking annoying. Don't ruin it for everybody. Just have fun. That's all that actually matters all around Helper. If you don't like the format, if you don't like me allowing people to stream their segments, if you don't like just about anything about it, at this point I will say don't participate because it's not worth it. If people want to stream their segments, they can. But they're also expected to write down their segments. That was part of the sign-up form. Mate, have you seen some of the mistakes I've made, Greg, and then some? It's fun, exactly. If it falls, we just start the next fort. My biggest concern is it's just showing off how bad my writing is. That's my concern. I mean, if it makes sense in the story, then do it. If it doesn't, then they're going against the spirit of it, but you're allowed to do that. Nice, Blue. Anyways, if this becomes an unpleasant exercise, we just won't do it again. So try and keep it pleasant, yeah? If we could do that, then that's the actual win for everybody. It's only fun until it stops being fun. So let's try and keep it fun. Because I'm putting a lot of faith in you, chat. Don't teach me that I've misplaced my faith. Totally all-around helper. So I hope it has a positive effect. But if you think that, like, a pause for 2 days for grown-ass adults to play, like, several hours of a video game is a bit slow, that's all I got to say in response to you, man. I don't know what to tell you. We're not children anymore. Not everybody has all of the time to immediately play their segment. How is it 95F and cloudy here? Because it's 1 degree hotter than 94F and cloudy? It really is, yeah. It's like the only one that I use frequently. Moose Moose. What's up, Cross and Colossus? Those things. And Rydern as well. Is your dwarf still alive? Yeah, you are. Novice Marks Dwarf and Weaver. But yeah, I don't know. Also, if there is some like logistical issues with the succession fort, we can work on that in version 2.0. We're currently only in version 1.0. Or maybe 0.5 even. But trust me, people are going to be allowed to stream their segments as long as I'm in charge. And I think that's going to be for most of it, so. Maybe, maybe not. Adventure mode doesn't lend itself to successions as much. If anybody's doing adventure mode stuff, it would be me exploring a destroyed fort. Maybe not right after. Few fortresses down the line, why not? I could see that being some fun streams. It doesn't really like lend itself to adventure mode doesn't really lend itself to the succession format as well though. That's a lot of pages, Deep Sea. I mean, one way me and friends we have passed after the world. One way me and my friends play, we pass down the... I don't understand how this works into adventure mode, though. What? I mean, like, when the fort is over, sure, possibly. But not... That probably won't happen anytime soon. Although, I don't know. I personally, I find that adventure mode's more interesting after a couple of forts, because then you have more than one thing to go visit, but... I don't know. Depends on what the vibe is. All depends on the vibe. I'm open to the idea, I'm not against it. I'm just being cagey and not promising anything because I've learned my lesson. Yeah, and just like most Twitch interactive streams, it was interesting for about 12 hours and then nobody cared. Because that tends to be what happens with Twitch Plays streams. I also once promised somebody in this chat, Shaku, that I would stream Zeus. That was in 2017? 16, maybe? I think? It's also why I don't accept gifted video games anymore, because nobody fucking watches them, so like, what's the point? Or rather, when I do stream them, nobody watches them, and then I just never play them because I'm scared nobody will watch them. I played a lot more Pharaoh than Zeus, but I vaguely remember Zeus. I think that chat enjoys being demigod level adventurers a lot more than I do. Because whenever adventure mode comes up, everybody's like, oh my god, being legendary and all these skills is so much fun. To me, like, that's when I don't want to play adventure mode anymore. My favorite part in adventure mode is when you're the outsider with 0 skills whatsoever and a fucking turkey could kill you. That's when I enjoy adventure mode. Like, it kind of gets to a point for me where, like, it loses a bit of its luster after that, where it's like, yeah, you know, like, I could destroy everything, but, like, why bother? Because, like, there's so many other things I could be doing with this. I don't know. I just kind of... That's where I lose interest, usually. Let's get some more dwarves doing things I need them doing. But then again, it might also be because I'm more focused on what is easy to stream, and I think there's a point with being legendary in every skill in adventure mode where it stops being as good for viewing. To the weird guy in the tavern to train your speech. I mean, fair enough. I think like that is one of the reasons why like I'm not less enthused by adventure mode. I do like adventure mode, but I think I play adventure mode very differently than a lot of people who play a lot of adventure mode. That sentence makes no sense to me, but I said it. Purely because like I'm very focused on what is entertaining to view. And the second like it becomes harder to explain or less exciting in the minute to minute, it stops, like people stop tuning in as much. It's kind of the same problem as like the late game fort problem. Where like when it gets to the point of it being kind of a late game fort, people tune in a lot less. Also, I've never heard the Steam version referred to as the deluxe edition. That's interesting. I mean that's because the meta, the way to actually do that is to just simply set it up as a macro and then hit Control P a whole bunch, and then it goes way quicker, and do it with sand, not coins, but. I mean, the reason I haven't done adventure mode in a while, because YouTube chat says I feel adventure mode gets pretty stale if you're not in a town or a fortress, is I did a pretty big adventure mode run when adventure mode launched on Steam. And it was a 0 to hero run. I went from 0 in every skill to not legendary in every skill, but more or less. And like, I'm kind of adventure moded out until they add considerable new content to adventure mode. I mean, Toady, if you ask Toady how he feels about anything in Dwarf Fortress, he just says it's shit. Like, he is like the most self-critical artist. He makes self-critical artists seem less self-critical. John Dwarf Fortress, a bearded legendary miner. I don't know if I have a bearded legendary miner, but I'll look. They might all be dead. Also, wouldn't it be Urist Dwarf Fortress? Because that's like a John Black Ops joke, right? Yeah, I mean, I think for me, the next time I do a bunch of adventure mode stuff is probably going to be whenever cabin building gets put back in. Which is funny, because like I'm not actually that interested in the original cabin building, but like I'm curious to see what else they do with that, so. Magic update isn't going to be as... Well, I mean, a magic update already happened. It was when adventure mode released. I think referring to the magic update as the magic update is a bit of a misnomer now, but more stuff added to the magical items, sure, would do it. I'm a Dwarf Fortress player. I play all modes of Dwarf Fortress, but that means that most of the adventures I do last about 90 minutes and are me transporting adventurers to my fortress. And that's about it. Because that to me is how adventure mode is best used in the current format of the video game. It is best played, in my opinion, as a method of transporting interesting characters to your fortress. Yeah, also magic is basically just a rework for history generation. I think like a lot of people have very different mental images of what myths and magic would be anyway. But I digress. Because it's mostly just a like a giving context to history, and the magic stuff is going to come in around it slowly. Yeah, I mean, like, I did an adventure mode run at the beginning of June, which was a day, and I did 2 adventurers before I started this fort, and both of them lasted like maybe an hour and a half each. It was like me checking something and then me journeying to an area near this fort and then retiring and then starting this fort. Like, I think in between every fort I've done since adventure mode has come out, I've done some sort of adventure. It's just I'm not going to be playing adventure mode for 2 weeks. I will play an adventure and then it will end and then I will start the fort. Because that, you know, I know what my audience wants. I might act dumb sometimes, but I'm not. You know, this is why I just want to put my forehead through the wall. Just go look at the website, All Around Helper. Just go look at the website. Tarn did himself so much of a disservice talking about all that stuff so early. Just go look at the fucking website. Don't ask me. I don't know, man. I'm only focused on sieges. There is no magic roadmap. That doesn't... Oh, Jesus Christ. That doesn't exist. It's never really existed. What's existed are approximate features that Tarn would like to make one day. There's never been this supposed magic roadmap that people seem to talk about. There's been a list of features posted on the Bay 12 website that Tarn would like to implement. That's it. That's all there's ever been. Oh, I tried. Dwarf died anyway. Well, that's what I get for trying to help. I mean, I've done 13 interviews with Tarn, and some of them with Zach now. I think like 9 of them were focused on magic. Then why are you asking me? Okay, so here's the thing, All Around Helper. You say, I don't give a damn about magic and spells. Okay. You care about the world gen thing. That is myths and magic. The original pitch for it was a new start for world generation. That instead of just starting at year 0, it starts at year minus something and adds context to all the gods. That is myths and magic. Literally, like, that is myths and magic. That is the entire point of myths and magic, is that it was a world gen update. But also they don't do the arcs anymore. It's purely... How do I word this? I need to search for miners. I don't have any legendary miners with a beard that isn't named. So instead I'll give it to this woodcutter. John Dwarf Fortress. No, he wasn't forgotten. I was mostly just concerned about that mining operation I was in. Yeah, I don't know. I try and, I guess I'll say this. I try and communicate as well as I can about the development of Dwarf Fortress. And there are certain elements of it where I've given up. And that's largely due to the fact that the way this game gets talked about now means it is quite literally impossible to accurately communicate what they're working on and when they're working on it and when it will come out. Because for every 24 people that you tell what's actively happening, there's 1,000 people that heard a thing 8 years ago, hasn't paid attention in the last decade, and wants to know what that thing was that they heard about 8 years ago. And it makes the act of any kind of community management for this game very, very frustrating. And as a volunteer, it's like, actually, as somebody who gets paid to talk about this game, I don't know how to do it anymore because Tarn spent basically from 2009 until 2022 talking about arcs and specific updates and specific roadmaps for specific portions of updates, and none of that exists anymore. It's all gone. I mean, the features are still there, and they're still going to work their way in, but there is no roadmap for any of this. There never has been. It's just been things Tarn's talked about that he's wanted to implement at some point, asterisk. And I don't know how to communicate that to people. Like, genuinely. I have no idea how to communicate that to people. I think like the only thing that's worth worrying about right now when it comes to Dwarf Fortress development is cabin building in order, the siege improvements, which isn't going to be one singular update. It's going to be like a dozen small ones. Although maybe the last one will be a bigger one. I don't know actually how they're going to do it. I have no idea. Cabin building, which is after that. So after the siege improvements are completed, they'll work their way back to cabin building. The elves have arrived to trade, by the way. And then it's returning to villains. So, like, and then all the while in the background, as Tarn feels like working on other things, maybe a feature or two from the fabled MYM updates will be tossed in there. But the only thing we have a roadmap for is what I just listed. It's all on Steam. But because everything else is so far away, I don't see why it's even worth talking about, really. I've always kind of felt that way. Where it's like, the biggest mistake that Tarn ever made with talking about this game is talking too much about it. The biggest mistake that Dwarf Fortress ever made was the level of transparency that it's always had with its community, which I do think is one of the best things about it. But truly, I think it's like, I don't know. Oh yeah, there's also that, which is contributing to the number of people not tuning into this stream currently is the number of people just off watching RimWorld, which is, you know, I do have to say, shoutouts to RimWorld for hitting its all-time player peak. It like doubled it from the last one. It's like almost 100,000 concurrent players or something, which is ridiculous. So congrats to them, I suppose. Yeah, it was 94,000 people on Sunday. And Crabward, thank you very much for becoming a YouTube member. I don't think Dwarf Fortress hitting 1.0 really matters. The game's playable. The game isn't fundamentally broken. The game works well enough in enough ways to be a game. By the time Dwarf Fortress hits 1.0, it'll just kind of be a symbolic thing. Fair enough, Shaka. I was going to say, that's impressive if you've never bought a DLC before, but it's a shame it wasn't a free update, but I digress. Got another strange mood from an adept weaponsmith. Hmm. All right. I don't know. Defmol. I don't know. I think it'll eventually hit 1.0, yeah. But I think it'll keep getting developed after that. Only 10 years? Probably closer to 25. I think Tarn will be in his 70s by the time we get some semblance of a Dwarf Fortress 1.0-ish thing. What did you grab? Iron bars. Neat. It's about the way I see it is it's about the journey, not the destination when it comes to Dwarfort. So Blue11-P says, my sister just got back from the store and apparently they have posted hygiene rules since the last time we were there. Did they host a Smash Brothers tournament or something? I feel like most stores have unwritten hygiene rules, and they certainly have hygiene rules for their employees. Humbly, I don't get. They brought a jaguar, a skunk, another skunk, another jaguar, and another jaguar. We also have a breeding pair of stinkers. Look at that. I know that this isn't the most common opinion, Sheepherder. I think Dwarf Fortress looks better than RimWorld. If you mean like UI-wise, I think there's elements of Dwarf Fortress's UI I like more than RimWorld's UI. I don't know, man. I wish that Dwarf Fortress could exist independently of RimWorld without constantly being compared to RimWorld. I don't know. Like, I actually prefer the sprites of this video game over the potato people of RimWorld. I don't like the smooth movement in RimWorld. I never really did. I know that that's not the most common opinion. But if we could just live in a world where our Dwarf Fortress could just exist on its own merits without constantly being compared to a game that literally saw early success from a self-promotion post on the Bay 12 forums. Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld would both be better off. RimWorld could stop stealing Dwarf Fortress's trademarks and, well, maybe not trademarks, that's the wrong word to use. RimWorld could stop reusing Dwarf Fortress's community terms as difficulty settings, which would be real nice if they could do that. Or even if they never did that, that would have been great. And it can exist on its own merits without living in the shadow of a game that it failed to replicate. And Dwarf Fortress could just do what Dwarf Fortress has always done, which is just exist. I think that RimWorld owes a lot of its success to Dwarf Fortress, and vice versa. And the day that they could just exist independently would be the best day of my life. Eurus, just to confirm, you are aware that you have to write down your segment, yeah? Like, the VOD isn't enough. You have to write down everything that happened with screenshots. Just confirming that you're aware of this. So migrants have arrived, despite the danger. Got the write-up going? Cool. There was some concern about that earlier, so just wanted to confirm. Looking forward to it. This fortress, it started in the year 1070. 25 years? Quarter century? A lot of quartzites and quartz. Gold nuggets, though. Let's do this. It's kind of a homage to Dwarf Fortress. No, it's taking a community term and a lot of Okay, so this is me being extremely cynical. Ryder. It's taking a community term that's very frequently used to describe a different game that's very similar to the game. a community term that was coined by that other game, and making it into your difficulty, so that whenever somebody searches losing is fun, you no longer get the Dwarf Fortress forums with losing is fun at the top, you now get a trillion RimWorld references. It's slowly taking over the SEO so that your game sells better than your competition. That's what it is. You could call it a homage, but that's not what it is in reality. You used to be able to just go to Google and type in losing is fun, and Dwarf Fortress was the first thing that came up. Hasn't been the case in quite some time. So I disagree with that pretty fundamentally from the ground up. RimWorld's always been a much more savvy business than Dwarf Fortress, including the brutal business of releasing DLCs around the same time as patches when possible, as well as releasing DLCs when the game releases, as well as trying to take over the SEO. Like, they've always been very good at that. It's just, that's how business works. It sucks. I'm not a fan, but it is the way. So you can call it a homage if you want. But the reality is, it's just taking over the SEO for a thing. How do I feel about CDDA and Zomboid? Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead isn't a business. It's an open source project built by a community. It's a bit of a different thing. And I also think that referencing things in a game is fine. I don't even know what this reference in Zomboid is because I don't really play Zomboid. But, like, you need to realize that one of those is a for-profit business and then the other one is an open source project. Challenge map they called CDDA? Okay. Is that a community thing or built into the game itself? But at the end of the day, you need to remember, like, if Dwarf Fortress was an open source project, it would be a very different discussion we'd be having here. A very different discussion. Like, pretty fundamentally different from the ground up here. Okay, well, that's kind of cool. I don't know. That I have no issue with, because CDDA is an open source project. Besides, they both came from the same tabletop rule set. Anyway, I think I stand by my statement of the day that the two game Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld can just exist independently of each other without being a us versus them contest will be a beautiful day. And I look forward to that day. I mean, if it's called CDDA, then it's literally like, as an example. War Sim has a Slaves to Armok mod built into the game. It rethemes the entire game as Dwarf Fortress. That's fine, because it's explicit about what it is. Naming your difficulty losing is fun, without any reference to the game that it was based on, after calling your difficulty extreme for a very long time, is just taking over the SEO of another competing product. If I had $1 for every time I said I don't really want to talk about RimWorld on this stream, I would have like at least $4 at this point. Username checks out, Defmole.
X400. The $4 you are owed by Society Crypt L Crypt.
I'm not owed dollars by society. Thank you, though, for the 4 bucks. Appreciate it. Ubel the Weaponsmith has created Talk That Bicor, an iron spear, and offers it to the enjoyable knowledge. I've got plenty of better artifact weapons already, so we'll add that to the pile. Yeah. I'm glad you feel my pain a little bit, Tolkien. Sees. You'd like a mighty warrior. Ranged or melee? And beard or no beard? Melee and beard. Okay, so you want to die. Got it. You had a dwarf in this fort previously, right? Just need to double check that you're not still alive. Does not have feelings of emotional attachment, has never felt even a moment's connection with another being, feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, and is prone to strong feelings of jealousy, does not trust others, is not particularly interested in what others think of him, rarely feels discouraged, has a calm demeanor, and can sometimes act without determination. He is conflicted by this nature, as he would ideally prefer more strife in his life. He generally acts with a narrow focus in the current activity, and thanks for the $2.45.
Cheered. X245. Cheer 1, cheer 1, cheer 1, cheer 1, cheer 1, cheer 1.
He is curious and eager to learn, and he prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. He is troubled by this, by his own nature, as he prefers discord and debate at a more abstract level. And he is brave in the face of imminent danger, and prefers to present himself modestly, and is greedy, and likes to brawl. He likes to laugh, and he tends to laugh in a unique way when he's annoyed, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of raising a family, and personally believes that peace is always preferable to war. And he has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. He doesn't respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife, and values eloquence, and dreams of raising a family. He likes dacite, as well as bismuth bronze, and rhodolite, as well as teakwood, giant muskox horn, kakapo tooth, opossum bone, the color green, bolts, and low boots, and backpacks, and hatch covers, and rings, and rabbits for their ears, and the plump helmets for their rounded tops, and the words of the Golden Gorge and the sound of the velvety incense of impossible prefers to consume banana beer and sorghum flour, and bilberries, and absolutely hates leeches. He has a pet goat who's still alive, named Iral. And no family or friends. The goat understands him. He's also he's wielding his Bloodthorn shield and has leather armor, the bits of armor that he does have. He's literally goated. He's definitely based in goat pilled. Or whatever. I think you mean 4 out of 7, actually. He hates leeches? Mm-hmm. But, you know, honestly, find someone who doesn't hate leeches and I'll be kind of impressed. I know there are some people who have pet leeches and those people are not to be trusted and should probably be investigated for something. But I do kind of worry about those people. In regards to people with poor hygiene in YouTube chat, because that's the topic of discussion over there, I stayed 4 nights at a convention with somebody who didn't brush his teeth or shower during the entire convention and just put on more deodorant every day. So, yeah. Please shower, folks. I would say more red than rad. Like a 15-year-old? 30-something? He was married, too. Still is, as far as I know. Yay, I finally put the gems out. They're no longer burning. The world is at peace once again. Actually, why not, instead of doing that, I literally just do this. Because then that'll just drain out into here, and we don't need to worry about it so much. Discovered what must be a treasure of the gods. What the heck did I just discover? A large, frilly, blistered metal right mitten. Craftsmanship and all that. Got a ghost. Also, Devilish, it's good to see you, by the way. I don't make whips, so unless a dwarf happens to make a artifact whip, I won't use them. That was a scourge, not a whip. Although, ironically, I do already have a blistered metal whip. More like Dr. Smellbad than Dr. Feelgood, based on the discussion, Laya. Something, something, whip it good, Defmol? Oh, Jesus.
Sup Crypt Beer.
That was a little sketchy. I did not realize that was a concern, actually. But you can just drain pretty quickly, I think. Let's let that out and that out. Hey. FNKNDA, Funk NDA. Thank you very much for the 15 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. I am shocked and amazed nobody's died yet in this. You know, I could just dig down to the adamantine. There's a very real chance something big and evil and scary comes out of it. But if my Mark's dwarves are close by, I could very easily do it. So I'm going to do it. Once we're done digging out the rest of this. This needs to go over here. Do it. You know I will. Wait, was that jet blocks that I just put there? That should have been obsidian. Okay, there we go. That's the right block type. Yeah, your giant Kia just stole... Giant Kia just stole the giant... Stole the anvil off the cat. Off the cat? I don't know where that came from, but I feel that. Ilmarin. Similar thing happened to me with my axe. The Untamed Wilderness is, Untamed Wilds is the perfect place to have an entrance covered in buzzsaws for giant flyers to be eviscerated in. It's true. True fact. Can't deny. So this here needs to maintain an aura of safety. Is Dwarf Fortress Australia? You know, I always find something kind of funny. A lot of the world refer to Australia as being scary for its wildlife. Whereas, like, I've talked to a lot of Australians who are scared of Canada for our wildlife. So I think it's, like, all just a product of where you come from. And also, I've said this before. There's a lot of, like, random shit in Australia that can poison you. I'd rather run into most of that in real life than a moose. I don't think that's a, like, particularly hard statement to wrap your head around either. I think that just kind of makes sense. Ah, okay. Fair enough. Omiran. Moose are mean? Yeah. You know, there's a saying in Canada. If you have two options, get into a head-on collision with another car or hit the moose, hit the car. Because at least when you hit the other car, it'll stop. The moose will turn around and fight the car. That's all I gotta say. There are many examples of moose fucking murking cars. Am I on the spectrum? You know, some people take that as an insult, right? People wonder why I read the YouTube chat less. The car is designed to be hit. This is also true. The moose isn't. This is also true. But yeah, moose are fucking terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Jesus, you watch it. I'll time you out too. It's absolutely taken as an insult. And no, I am not. It's directly taken as an insult, actually. Do moose bite? Most wild animals bite. Much harm taken. Grow a sense of self-awareness. And don't go around asking people if they're on the fucking spectrum. That's all I have to say. Imagine getting bit by a moose. That'd be like getting bit by a really big horse. It'd be like getting bit by a Clydesdale. In between the kicks and the antler gores. Also, this dwarf managed to lava themselves briefly. And then bleed to death. Rest in peace, Skeshud.
Bring out your dead!
Well, thank you, Bob, in YouTube chat. It's always kind of amazing to me how many people actually watch the VODs. Okay. Videos got me through the first 5 years of Dwarf Fortress, and you were a sucker for colony sims and other games, but Dwarf Fortress just scratches an itch unlike others, and here's some steak and ale for you. Well, thank you. I don't know how much that is, so I had to convert that into Canadian dollars. Thanks for the $30. I was looking at that, I was like, I don't know what that is worth. I didn't even know what symbol that was. Not really. It's like maybe the middle amount for what you usually have in a fort. It's pretty small. I mean, this fort had about twice that at one point. Witness Eternal, thanks for the prime as well. Pink just means big number, but big number doesn't necessarily mean good, depending on what the big number is. So I had to check. I mean, this fort's running pretty slowly. It's more of like a sign of health of the fortress. If you have more dwarves, it means the fort is generally healthier. But like, it really depends on what your goal is, I guess. It's not the most dwarves even this fort has had, though. So like, for the spirit of the question, it's not that many. Is what I would say. If we're going by the spirit of the question, it's not that many dwarves. In the same world? If you retire a fort and build a new fort in the same world, yes. If you abandon a fort, the fort remains there and something else could take over it, but the population all vacates. The dwarves that don't die in a fortress, if you start a new fortress in the same world, do have a chance to move to the new fortress. It's a higher chance if you play as the same faction. Forgotten Beast, Galil Sodaluco has come. A great three-eyed frog. It has a pair of spindly antennae and it squirms and fidgets. Its clear skin is leathery. Beware its poison bites. Which layer is this? It's the one where it can reach me? Okay. I don't have any interest in playing as other races because most of them are just smaller dwarves or bigger dwarves with no need for alcohol, and I don't find that mechanically interesting in a way that I want to do it. It's just a retheme of a game. It doesn't really do much for me mechanically. I'm only interested in mods that kind of overhaul the game right now. I'll be more interested in mods when the Lua stuff releases and there's actually more variety in what's moddable in the game. Lazy Man is stunned and bleeding. Oh, rip. Got caught out. And then this dwarf is going to go be brave by fighting in melee. Lazy Man, you died too easily there. Whoops. Well, there goes that dwarf. Splat. Ow, that looked pretty painful. One of my militia dwarves have arrived, though. The dwarves are turning the beast into a pincushion. We also lost Kubok. Until the beast finally falls. That's one brave dwarf. Get him the army? What, the one lying down? I mean, I don't really see the purpose of that. But shoutouts to that dwarf for surviving nonetheless. So I'm going to channel out the last of this down in here. I'm thinking I fill this up with water and then cave this in once it's filled with water. I think that's kind of the plan, because then it'll seal off more of this immediately. How come the big beasts die so fast? Because I have 50 dwarves with crossbows? Is it 50? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Up to 60 dwarves with crossbows. What would happen if, like, I don't know, a dragon in Skyrim was up against 50 Dovahkiin? All with bows. All with pretty good skill with bows. I think we'd probably die pretty quick. Not that I'm trying to make any assumptions about the strength of dragons in Skyrim, but, like, I don't think it would live super long, is my drift here. So why do they die super quickly? Dwarf is strunk. Is why. Yeah, no, light aquifers are extremely useful for wells. This map actually doesn't have a light aquifer on it. Also, I should pause because I'm in an ad break. I didn't see that pop up. This map actually has no aquifers on it, and it's been killing me slowly. Very slowly, but, like, there's been a number of times in this fort where, like, I haven't had, you know, any access whatsoever to water and been like, man. You know, there are a few things more concerning to me than when a charity crew offers to pay me to raise money for their charity. Sorry, I just checked my email briefly and saw an email from a group that I'm not going to name. Politely, no. But geez, there's something just kind of grim about that to me. I get that charities do paid endorsements all the time, but it's a sort of, like, culture around streaming and charity things where, like, it's a thing that the streamer cares about. Always found that very grim. Okay, so let's get this water flowing. The water flowing underground, as they say. Letting the days go by. Why grim? It's grim in the same but completely different way as similar vibes but very different than having casinos reach out. What if I want kebabs instead of cheeseburgers, Delpho? But usually to me, it's like it's a bit of a whistle of, like, not a very good charity in a lot of cases. But I don't know. I think, like, if you're going to raise money for charity, on a stream, it should probably be one that you yourself support. And every now and again, I get random emails from charity I've never heard of. That's like, we do this. It's like, sure you do. Okay. Last thing you really want in this industry is to be wrapped up with scammy charity. Like, that's real bad for everybody, to put it simply. Yeah, no, totally. And the Doctors Without Borders RimWorld charity marathon, I'll be supporting that when that happens. Hot Potato's a good event. Jess and Sui have put a lot of good work into it. I'd like to do another Dwarf Fortress one in the future. It just didn't come together this year, though. There was just too much going on. Dylan Artho, thanks for the raid. How was the stream today, mate? Also, I looked into purchasing your book and shipping it internationally through Amazon.com, and it would come to, like, shipping and fees and everything would come to, like 4.5 times the cost of the book. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to pass on that as an option. The other option doesn't even ship to Canada, so... Hashtag not my PogChamp, Defmol. Yeah. Well, I mean, it doesn't make any sense. If it doesn't make any sense to you to ship to Canada, don't worry about it, but... Hopefully sales have been okay so far. I'm in the process of flooding this area again. And then once I'm done flooding it, I'm going to drop some rocks on it. And that'll be entertaining for everybody, I hope. Hopefully. Can they even get down there? I'm not sure where, so I'm just going to dig around the edge of this. Actually, no, I don't really want to do that. But I'm not sure how they're getting down there. Presume it's from the top, but... I guess there. But yeah, we're just waiting on this water to come through. And then fill the base of this up so that I can cave her in. From the top down. And then we will channel down to Adamantine. And hopefully become the mountain home. But you're mostly unknown out there. You're always looking for ways to get the books into hands of readers, though. Yeah, no, that's shit. So I screwed something up. That wasn't supposed to happen. I realized I became a dubstep solo out of it all of a sudden there, and whoops. Good news is I can fix this. I guess that's the good news. The bad news is, no, this is now all burning. Shit. Also, can't really... Okay, could I... Get a dwarf up to here to channel through that, and then channel through this? Which will seal off this. Although... not all that necessary, but... We'll see if you can do it. Do some, don't fail me. Do some Haim Talon. See what you can do. There you go. That was easy. So that now seals off this. So a lot less of the lava is going to... Well, actually, no, still a lot of the lava is going to pour in. Less of the lava is going to pour in. Well, let's just... I have two options here. I could wait for the water to sort the problem out for me. Or... Because it will. It'll eventually get over to here and seal this off. And then climb down into here and channel the whole thing down. Or I could just cave it in right now. What do we think, chat? What do you guys want to see more? Caving it in right now is the greedy play. Drop the hammer. All right. Grab your lava and your obsidian, chat. Shogun gets to do the honors. Here comes the dwarf. All right, dwarves get down to here. Good luck, Shogun. Just a controlled lava basin? It's currently less controlled than it's supposed to be, but that is what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be controlled, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Deep within this place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods, 2 treasures of the gods, 3 treasures of the gods. We've unlocked an echo of forgotten divine retribution, ×2. We check for heat. What devilry is this? Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay, so we've got this guy. We've got this Uja's Enforcer Lasher. Who's covered in metal stuff, who I'm just going to set it all to be melted. Metal shield. Fabric, 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 fabric. What else do we have? We've also got a Slayer of Dreams Lasher, who is sealed in obsidian already. Who's got a long faceted metal lash and a square faceted metal shield. I don't think it's dead. Meanwhile, the other one... Oopsies. That was a mistype. One is there. Yeah, so the other one is dead, and then this one is encased in rock? Question mark? I'm not totally sure what happened to it, but we're now just waiting for the water to finish overflowing and sealing this whole thing in. And then all we have to do is dig down to the magma sea, or dig down to the adamantine. And I'm going to go put this in the sink because it's empty. I'll be right back.
Primeval's up, you.
Imagine getting hit so hard by a brick that you become one with the stone beneath you. Prixis 016A, time to adopt the dwarf. What kind of dwarf would you like? Those are alerts, right? Yeah, no, it's a section of cavern's been collapsed. It's just this stuff. This isn't that big of a deal. It's just basically obsidian is falling. The rock is falling. The rock is falling. Type deal. A dumb one. Well, I'll give you a really dumb dwarf then. Well, no, that's not a dumb dwarf. That's a smart dwarf. I'll give you a really dumb dwarf then. There you go. You can be the billy goat pet of one of my previous were creatures. Nanny goat, rather. This goat is easily changes her mind and will generally go with the prevailing view on anything. Dislikes abstract discussions, would much rather focus on smacking things with her forehead. She's not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success and would prefer to pee on things. She is moved by art and natural beauty and likes to break it. And she is troubled by this and she dislikes the natural world because that's where she exists. She sometimes acts with little determination and confidence because she's a goat. And she has... She tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others by bleating at them and gets frustrated when they don't understand her. She often feels envious of others because she has to be a goat and some other things don't have to be a goat. And she tends to think before acting and she is very humble. That's bullshit, she's a goat. And she generally enjoys the company of others and that's everything. If you'd like an actual dwarf, let me know. But there's no real dumb dwarves. They're all kind of useful in their own weird way. But that's the best I could do. Am I out of slabs? No. Perfect and hilarious. All right, well, if that works for you, then everybody wins. You even get your dumb dwarf. Concrete truck just drove up the road and was making a really weird noise, and I was sitting here going, what the fuck is that? And now I'm very excited and very hopeful all of a sudden that the reason there's a concrete truck on my road is they're refilling the road. Hold on, I need to go see. Oh my god, they're refilling the road. I'm so excited.
Jeez!
My life just got 3% better. So for those of you who don't know, when I moved in, the road that I live on was under construction. They were redesigning the whole road, completely changing the layout of it, which is fine. It's a lot better now. There's a lot of crosswalks and stuff, so it's great for me. That was done for all of 2 weeks. And immediately they then ripped like the road itself, not the redesigned portions, but the road itself up to put cables into it, like putting new power cables into the road. Which is fine. The problem is it involves them basically breaking through a lot of rock, which is really loud, and it's been driving me nuts for the past few days. And they're refilling the road. I'm very excited about the fact that they are refilling the road. I don't think your dwarf died already, no? No, Dig Dugo's alive still. Dwarves don't die that quickly, generally. Unless something weird happens. And you're a scholar, so... You don't even have a pickaxe. I mean, if you were a miner, you'd have a lower chance of success, but... Because you're not working down here, your odds of survival are actually pretty okay. This is what I need to get sealed. Yay, it's sealed. I'm slightly concerned about this thing. I should just leave it there, shouldn't I? I want to say that Tierson died. Yeah, Tierson died in a pretty big siege that happened. It was either the siege or the Bronze Colossus, one of the two. But it was a couple streams ago that dwarf died. They were just caught out by a creature, like wrong place, wrong time kind of situation. So this will seal all the way up to here. And then this will just slowly drain out the corner bottom down here. And now the game's saving. I think it highly depends on where you live. Nox takes a walk. I mean, something that's been like really weird about being a homeowner, and I realize that I'm in an extremely privileged position to be able to say that out loud, is like, I pay city taxes, right? They fucking mailed me like an 8-page little pamphlet about where all of those city tax money is going. Like the exact portions of everything, like pie charts and shit. And to the point where like, I presume that's like available to most cities in some format, like online. Like you could probably just look that up. But I'd never seen something like that before, and it kind of blew my mind. It's like, oh, okay, so 9% of my tax money is going towards building all these bike lanes. Cool. 28% is going to the police force. Okay. Upkeep and other things, like gardeners, is like 17%. New development is like all of this. It's like, huh. I wish that I got this mailed to me every day I lived as a tenant. Because, man, it's kind of neat. You never asked for the bike lanes? Well, that's a you problem. I did. Also, if you live where I live, and you're like, I never asked for the bike lanes, you should move. There's plenty of places you can move to that are close that don't have them. The funny thing about bike lanes is it turns out a lot of people like them, even if they didn't ask for them. Like, it's something that takes a while for you to realize that you want it, but inevitably everybody realizes that it's the right decision. Unless you're as dense as a brick and named Doug Ford. But anyway. This will never stop being super satisfying to watch, in my opinion. Okay, so down to here. I need to go up to here, and up to there. So I could probably turn the water off now. No, I'm in Victoria. I'm at the other end of Canada. Now historically it's been very easy to make fun of Toronto just for existing, mostly because the leaves are fun to make fun of. It's kind of like in the same way that, like, if you watch the NFL and you're from the States, it's fun to make fun of the Patriots because it's easy. Except for when they're winning, then it's just kind of annoying. It's kind of a similar thing to a degree. It's like, I also feel kind of the same way about Edmonton, but like, it's easy and they get offended quickly if you do it. But when it comes to like everything else about Toronto as a city, I just kind of feel bad. Like they just get the short end of the stick in literally every discussion. It's like, man, they try so hard. They're trying so hard to make that city lovely. They just, every opportunity anybody with any actual say gets, they just get wrecked. And I just feel so bad. You're not anymore. Other end. Oh, so you're in like Halifax area? Or just Maritimes, I suppose? Pretty close? Gotcha. Ah, okay. I've never actually been to New Brunswick. I've flown over New Brunswick a couple times, but never actually landed there. No, I lived mainland Vancouver, Canada for most of my life. And I've said this on stream a couple times, and people tend to spit out their coffee when I say it, but I decided to buy a place in Victoria because it was cheaper to buy a place in Victoria than it was to continue renting where I lived previously. So, you know, if that says anything about the state of the world. Can I show my archery ranges set up for training? My first piece of advice is specialize in crossbows. Also, I need to turn all this off. My main piece of advice is set up for crossbows. So tell your squads to specialize their equipment on crossbows. Just make some custom ones, like just tell them to use crossbows specifically. Because dwarves can't make archery stuff, they can make bolts and crossbows though. It's literally just this on top of these, pointed at that, and then you assign the squads you want to train. And then the squads that you want to train there, go in here, hit equip, go to ammo, and specify what you want them to use for training. This squad doesn't actually have training bolts assigned, I just realized, but if I go down to here, I can add ammunition, bolts, material, wooden bolts for training. Then they'll use wooden bolts for training, and they'll use metal bolts for not training. And then if you make a barracks, you could toggle this button, squad level equipment. Then when they are not set to do combat things, they'll put their bolts and their gear into chests. So you can have little ammo caches around. Your dwarves often just seem to train dodging in their barracks. Are you setting them to train here? Or are you setting them to train in the barracks? So if you tell them to train in the barracks, that's fine. But they'll just train wrestling. You have to tell them to train in here. But I'll also just state this. Just get them to train wrestling in the barracks. That's totally fine. Because when they're training on live targets, they train 7 times as fast. Meaning, if they spend a whole month using training ammunition, it's more just there to stop them from being rusty. Because if they spend a whole month training with training ammunition, if they spend 1 month shooting at enemies during a battle, they'll gain more experience in that short period of time shooting at enemies than they will in the entirety of the time that they spend shooting at the target. So honestly, just get them to train wrestling so that they dodge effectively, and then just get them to train live targets. That's mostly what I'm doing. It's mostly just to stop them from being rusty. Work laptop died with the DF save. Oh no! No, it stands for bring cash because it's a pretty blue-collar society, not because it's hella expensive. It's actually, weirdly affordable here. Although my brain is polluted because of how long I lived in Surrey for. So no, it's not hella expensive. I mean, in comparison, I suppose. There's definitely places that are more expensive. There's definitely places that are cheaper. But when it comes to, BC, it's comparable and nicer in a lot of ways. But like with anything, your mileage may vary. I think, main issue when it comes to housing that I've experienced here is just access to it. One of the reasons it's more affordable right now is it was the first city in BC to actually enact the allocated Airbnb laws and boot out all the Airbnbs. So because there's actually really strict Airbnb restrictions now, Turns out it's actually like a lot more possible when you're not competing with every single for-profit landlord on earth. All right, let's unpause the game. Squads can only train in one location at a time, yes. They'll jump back and forth, Rennie. Bocelli. But like I said, I personally generally just get them to spend most of their time training wrestling. Because I think training dodging is more important. Once let out of the cages, you don't even need to assign them to attack the monsters. Just station them where they can see the monsters and they'll attack the monsters. I feel like having to tell your dwarves to attack a big threat is a bit of a misnomer. Like, you don't really need to do that. They just kind of do that. It's a pretty common behavior in Dwarven society. Do I main DF? I play this game more or less for my job, yeah. If that's what you mean. Is this the game I play the most? Well, it's the game people watch me play the most. I don't really have much of a choice in the matter at that point. You can't attack stuff in cages. No, you have to release them from the cage. But it doesn't matter if you tell them to attack a thing in the cage. They can't attack it until you release it from the cage. I did state that, didn't I? It's like once it's released from the cage, there's nothing it can do. It just you attack it. I'm confused. Sorry, but this conversation has confused me now. I feel like I missed a few steps. I'm also just going to erase this because I don't really need it. Okay, I think we need to wait for this water to drain. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to let them complete all of those constructions because they need to. I'm going to pause a bunch of jobs that aren't mission critical for the moment. Why are you dumping lava? You shouldn't be. It's like, that's the one I was supposed to turn off, which I did. Why did you get turned back on? Uh-oh. Well, I'm dumb. So are you. Mostly me, though. Well, you're gonna die of suffocation now. That fall destroyed this dwarf's lungs. Unless Nope, they still cannot breathe. How have you not died yet, Dwarf? I get it, the frame rate's only 20 at the moment, but like... How are you still alive? Oh, there you... I was gonna say, like, that... Seems like you should be dead. We were talking about setting up a killing range for trap monsters. Okay, I know. So specifically, you do need to release them from the cage. If they're not released from the cage, it won't work. Apologies if I contributed to confusion. That wasn't my intent. All right, so this is going to be the way in and out for the monsters eventually. But currently it's just a kind of cool walkway thingy that I'm building. This here I'm going to widen. Because frankly it's earned it. And then the ideal plan here is we finish building all these floor pieces. Or all these walls up here. Then I fill in the top of this. Human caravan has arrived as things cave in. So another dwarf was found dead. Or, no, that was the dwarf that died earlier. Whomst was found dead. Let's just go up to here. It's chime. It's time to trade with humans. Is what it's time to do. Let's go up here and hit X. And start trading everything that's damaged. What mechanically caused the cave-in? I told them to build a floor before there was a support for it. Because I thought there was a support for it, because the support was black, because it's the color of obsidian, because I thought it was made of obsidian, but it was actually an unconstructed support sitting on top of obsidian. I should have clicked on a thing to check if it was actually there and not just the planning for it to be there. Lack of visual clarity caused me to queue up a job, which caused a cave-in. Player error, I guess, is the other way to answer that. Although most of the cave-ins are caused by obsidian becoming obsidian after being lava. That's the majority of them. All right, dwarves, haul items. Why don't I use hotkeys? Because, you know, honestly, I don't know. If I were to make an excuse, I would say it's because it's easier for people to follow what the mouse does. I mean, I used to play the old versions with the old hotkeys, and when Premium came out, these hotkeys down here were all here, and these ones were here. But I use like U and T and Y pretty frequently. I think U, T, and Y are pretty much the only hotkeys I use. I mean, sometimes I'll hit M or B, but I don't really use the inter-menu hotkeys because I never relearned them, really. I don't know. I find if I were to make an excuse, it's easier to show chat what I'm doing if I'm using the mouse. So I'm holding the mouse anyways. I don't find the hotkeys to be that much quicker. I don't know. I never got really into the habit of using them. I never really thought about it, to be honest. Outside of, Shrug? Why? I guess. It's going to be in the mid-90s. Yikes, that's pretty hot. It's not too bad here right now. It's a little on the warm side, but... That's actually pretty small. I've done like 5,000 plus trades before. Although usually that's a lot of bins. Ah. So this is a very small vial Force of Darkness. So we're just going to fight them. It's literally just a scouting party. And probably some kidnappers. So I'm just going to get my Mark Dwarves up onto the wall. And we're just not going to let them through. A vile force of meh. They're not super wise, though, attacking me, are they? A Snatcher! Protect thy child! Multiple Snatcher, protect thy other child! Third Snatcher, protect... Okay, I get it. I'll be surprised if the Snatchers even make it to the fort. Oh, well, bolts started flying, and they're just like, fuck this shit. Like this goblin, who's just becoming a goblin pincushion. Did that... Are you charging in? That's not the smart direction to go here. I mean, a lot of dodging of bolts is being done, but... You know, I think a mild Force of Darkness might be the one thing that I've said in my life that's stuck more than any other. Aside from, like, referring to the caverns as the basement frequently. Because, humble brag, I think I coined that. Yeah, if you shoot coins out of minecarts, they're very effective as weapons. They're also very effective throwing weapons in adventure mode. I haven't done minecart shotguns for anything but lava in a while. Although maybe I should do that before all of the Siege updates stuff comes out, because I have a feeling that goblin or invasion behavior changes will probably make them less effective. There it goes. There they go. It's just a good old-fashioned firing squid. Then there's that goblin behind them trying to shoot in the other direction and not being very effective. This human here is also going to go in and kill steal all of my Mark Dwarf's hard work. Oh shit, was that Maggot? Hey, that was Maggot! For those of you who don't know, Maggot was was a goblin who showed up last year as part of a siege, and Maggot killed a forgotten beast for us. And showed up a second time and is now dead. And this human got the kill. Let's call this pest control. Well done. Well done, human. If this human becomes legendary off of this, that would be kind of amazing. It's dodging. Oh, and fell. Oh no, I fell! I don't think the dwarves can see that goblin at that angle. But that goblin is now running from the silly human. It's literally just the one goblin left. And it's definitely leaving the map now. Pretty smooth, I say. Steam maintenance? Well, that's unfortunate. So I'm gonna get this trading done, and I'm gonna see if I can tunnel through the lava. And then I think we're gonna go try a new game, or at least a new game for me. Actually, it is a new game. It came out today. But it's a game I'd like to try. See what you guys think of it. Because I like roguelikes, and when a traditional roguelike comes out, I gotta play it. Mahuna, thank you very much for the 22nd month. Welcome back. Check, can I get a round of beers for that continued resub? F's for Maggot. Maggot got what Maggot wanted. Maggot came back a second time. Maggot didn't have to come back a second time. Well, that's going to take a while. Speaking of take a while, this is also going to take a while to drain. Let's fortify as much of this as I can once it's available. But this is where we need to dig. To there. That's the hope. But right now, everybody's just bringing stuff to depots, so. Random skunk? I got 2 of them. I have a breeding pair even. Maybe we'll have a family of skunks soon. I bought them from the elves, so. Skunks are so cute, though, in real life. Seriously. Are the skunks named? No. They're both named Tame Skunk and Tame Skunk. This isn't Caves of Cut. They don't shoot acid, but... or poison gas or whatever. That stuff's like freaking deadly in early game Caves of Cut, though. The female skunk Nyx. Nyx. She is a perfectionist and not careful with resources when working on projects, often spends unnecessary effort. She lives a fast-paced life and she has a noticeable lack of perseverance. She takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and she is assertive. Yeah, that's one way to put it. I guess that's what we call the stinking gas now. She's a dwarf in dwarven culture and has no known family. Billy and Chili? Well, I mean, one of them's been named. So, if we name the other one Sticks, then maybe they'll go around singing Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Hello, how are you doing, Radella, in YouTube chat? As we slowly work our way through this. Boom. Yep. It's actually a giant dingo. I've seen the eggplant murderer. I didn't realize it had a white stripe though. You know, for a while there, I had people asking me if I would ever get a dog. I don't know why. I think parents want to know if other humans are willing to be parents, and dog owners want to know if other humans are willing to own dogs. And I've said this a number of times. If I ever get a dog, it'll be a miniature Maltese because they're like this big. And for me, it's mandatory that I can bring an animal onto public transit and not get caught with it. So, although shout outs to the lady who I think lives on my street, who every single day at like 2 o'clock takes a cat onto public transit. Just like walks it on a leash onto the train. Ever gonna get a cat? No. Well, actually, that's not true. If somebody, if I ever end up not being single and they own a cat, then I'm okay with owning a cat. I'm not gonna get a cat of my own volition. You want a mini Maltese? One of my old neighbors had a 6, or I guess he'd be 7 now, year old mini Maltese. And he was like this big. And watching him challenge a like gigantic black lab to a fight is maybe one of the funniest things I've ever seen a dog attempt. Not even in like a David versus Goliath way. Just like in a, what are you even doing? Cats get you, just like in DF. Cats need to be fed. And I like to be able to leave my place of living. I feel like I should make a statue to Maggot. There you are. But yeah, I mean, honestly, the main reason I don't have any pets is just because I live alone and don't want to have to find pet sitters, and having pets are expensive, and paying off a mortgage is more important to me than having a pet. I've had reptiles in the past. I would also theoretically get a snake or a lizard, but I know enough people that fucking hate snakes that I would go from almost never having guests over to literally never having guests over, so I just kind of don't bother. Like, it's not a huge priority in my life. When I was younger, I owned snakes, and I had a chameleon for a couple of years, who was a rescue. Briefly, I took care of a bearded dragon. Yeah, I don't know. I had a turtle growing up. I have very few actual friends. Literally never. I fucking hate parrots. Actually, I hate birds in general. Wild birds are fine, but pet birds, fuck that. Absolutely fuck that. You grew up always wanting a bearded dragon? You know, after taking care of one temporarily, I'm good. I like the idea of having a bearded dragon, but they're way too needy and eat a lot, and they shit a lot, and they smell horrible. I will just reiterate the thing that I said earlier, Shadow Absorber. I'm not gonna get any pet ever. Yeet. So what about tarantulas? What about tarantulas? I don't want one. I'm good. I'm just never gonna get a pet. Period. I realize I started this conversation with the whole basis of if I ever get a dog, it would be a miniature Maltese, because I could sneak it onto public transit. But no, I'm not ever gonna get a pet, period. Because I don't want to have to find a pet sitter. Especially like in a world where like pets need to go to the vet sometimes. I can't drive. There's no world in my reality where I'm going to take a fucking tarantula on a bus. Sorry. So, you know. I already have Twitch chat, YouTube chat, and the hundreds of dwarves to take care of. You are correct. But how you doing, Hobo? How's things, mate? Okay, so now I just need this to finish draining. Well, that's why I feel cranky. Two seconds. I'm gonna go give myself an injection. That looks like the sketchiest link I've ever seen, Bad Lotus. Let's click on this sketchy link. It's very cute, I swear. I believe you. Aww. Can I show this on stream? I have to ask. It's not my dog. This dwarf fell out of a tree. Hey, chat, check this out. Video Game Victor, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. It's courtesy of Bad Lotus. That's probably why my frame rate suddenly got bad. There's a bunch of dwarves stuck in that tree. I love that snakes are usually afraid of their own food, though. I do genuinely love that about snakes. Like, I find it so fucking funny. Like, I probably shouldn't, but I do. There we go, now they're free. Oh, hey, the frame rate came back. Wild. Okay, let's do this. Channel you up. And all of this just slowly drains down. Slowly. Let's also do that so that this stuff gets out of here quicker. I was trying to figure out why the frame rate suddenly went to like 40, and it turns out, you know, the answer was more obvious than I thought. It was probably me changing subjects really suddenly, because I did not say that. At least not to my knowledge. It's more likely me just changing subjects really suddenly, which I have a habit of doing. Like, I'll be talking about something and then immediately be like, actually! It's called my ADHD pills wearing off. I've never met a snake that's good at hunting. Probably because they would have already killed their owners and no longer exist. Man, this dwarf is, lucky? Or unlucky? One of the two. Now, this whole area is almost done spreading out. So I guess I'm gonna just start digging. Dig down 1. Dig down 2. Then 3. All right, chat. I need a round of beers for good luck. We're trying to make a beeline for the adamantine now. Deep within this place, we've undiscovered a blazing metal coat. Fancy. And that dwarf surviving that was kind of amazing. Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. This is a rove beetle fiend, which has deadly blood, and it's a very hairy rove beetle. It has large mandibles, and it croaks. Beware its deadly blood. Up here, I do have a bunch of Marks dwarfs positioned and ready. So run away, dwarf. And the dwarves immediately begin shooting. They seem to have missed. The miner, who is unfortunately unlucky enough to find the creature, is now dead. The beetle is now still getting hit. Took a bunch of hits, actually. One of them even several of them even struck it. And it is now dead. Which one of you got it? Rove beetle. Congratulations to that dwarf. They're also going to remain there. Actually, why don't I just do this? Huh? Oh. Diamonds appeared down there. I'm not even sure how that happened. Great. We'll just pour a bunch of water into this thing. I don't even know how that diamond got there. Like, true story? No idea. Gotta get this water out of here somehow. Rove beetle's the same as an earwig? Ew, gross. Why didn't I go refill my water? What the fuck's wrong with me? Also, good news and bad news, chat. The good news, they are in fact refilling the road with concrete. The bad news is they're digging up more of the road now. So, it's a bit of a mixed bag currently. It's also not actually the city, it's BC Hydro that's doing it. Alright, so now that goes. So the lava is now less. It's 2 deep instead of 3 deep. Doesn't seem to be doing too much. Can we even channel through that? That's the question. No, they can't. Alright, well, I think my plan is to just start channeling this whole thing. Let's just do this half first. Let's just dig through this. Let it fall on that. I'm not sure how that happened, but yes, we do. And I don't think it's dead either. Yeah. I'm not sure how that happened, but yes, we do. I'm thinking about just trying to cave it in around it, like if I just kind of do like a this kind of deal. Seeing if I can just crush it. But, yeah, I don't know. But isn't Owlterra in the military? Owlterra most certainly is. Let's go to this dwarf right here and follow you. Oh, you're gonna go eat like a normal dwarf. Well, that's no fun. Why in the world would you go eat when you could go dig into lava? Isn't that way more exciting than eating? What's wrong with this dwarf, man? Right down here, this can get deconstructed. This over here can get deconstructed. All right, well, somebody's doing something useful. And then up here, this is all going to get finished off, and then I just need to seal all this in, and then we are actually safe and good to go. I just don't know what material we're going to use, so I'll have to figure that out. Well, not quite safe. There's definitely like a hole over there and a few other spots, but we're getting there. It's the slow progression. Growing up, it was all bears. In response to YouTube chat. Here, it's mostly deer. Deer and raccoons are the primary, like, wildlife you see around here. I'll say this. There's nothing worse than having to mow the lawn as a teenager. But before you can mow the lawn, you have to go shovel bear shit, because the last thing you want to do is hit a pile of bear shit. Because in case you didn't know, bears poop a lot. I know this might be a surprise to you, but bear big. And when you hit bear crap with lawnmower, you'll be smelling like that for the next forever. You'll never get over it. It'll just be your life forever. Bear poop a lot. So, yeah. Shovel your bear crap, because bear poop a lot. That's, thanks for coming to my TED Talk, chat. Okay, well, at least it's getting put out now. There we go. That's what I needed. So now that's done, I can do this. And this. Whew. So that goes sealed, and goes over to there. And this should get sealed in a moment. There it goes. Now they can dig down to here. And the digging continues. Actually, nope, that's not what I want to do. That's what I want to do. Just want to redirect this water so that it's less of a problem. Well, there's obsidian there, or lava there too, so I can channel above this to fill this into where it needs to be. Did somebody just die? I'm going to pretend they didn't. In case they did, I'm going to pretend they didn't. So then I just got to dig to here, dig to there. Dig to here, actually. And down one. I've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods, which is a square blazing metal shield. Uh-oh. There goes some lava, which immediately seals this off. But honestly, not so bad. I mean, that needs to be dug out. But that's it right there. Not so bad. Also, this actually I should set to priority 2 or 3 even, so that they don't do it first. Because I want this done first. Yeah, I don't think anybody's died. We would have found them when once we went in there digging. If somebody had. That's a ghost. Did I ever make a... It's gotta be that one, right? Yep, it is that one. Wonder if that's right where they died. Weaver's been taken by a Fey mood. He's a very upset dwarf. Go get him, Phantom. The Weaver has claimed a clother's shop. Chatroom investments are open if you care. I think it's pretty safe to say that by this time tomorrow, we will be the mountain home. I think that's pretty safe to say. What do you think, chat? I think that's pretty safe to say. That I still carry a miasma of bear droppings to this day? No, because I've showered a couple times since then. Cricket, this was like 2/3 of my life ago that last happened to me. I just think it's wise to warn people of why you should shovel bear poop before mowing the lawn where bear poop. In fact, I'd go so far as to say I think that's a fair warning. Now let's get the rest of this sealed up. And by the rest of this, I mean go up to here actually and channel down. Checked for heat. That's fine. There's water everywhere. It's an open hole right there. Lots of risk to this, but... lots of risk. Turns out everything fun has risk in it. Except for the game risk, oddly enough. Not much risk or fun. Okay. Okay, now the last thing I would like to do is maybe pour a little bit of lava in here, but I don't really have any convenient lava lying around. Huh. It's like I could try and pump it out, but I think probably the easiest way to do this is just dig into this. So just dig into that. I mean, what could go wrong, right? Aside from that, I set a dwarf on fire. Found a bunny nest in your parents' lawn once. You're amazed that the dogs didn't get them. You spent the entire day trying to find out who would take them and eventually found an animal shelter for them. You are a better person than many people, let me tell you. Okay, so now that I've done that, I was going to say if that only spilled one more over. God damn it. Going to dig through this. So that's only 2 deep. Then do this. Run away there, dwarf. Or don't. Then channel down through this, which will spill this lava out of here. And all this seals up. And then the steam gets rid of a lot of the lava in the process. And then all that we actually need to do now is cry that those diamonds are about to catch fire, and then dig through this stairs, one down below. Like I said, cry about the about the lava. Let's just go up to here real quick, one layer above. And set this as a pit. Pond. And begin dumping water into it. Because the steam will put the gems out. I did not just tempt fate like that. Well, I did, so what you gonna do about it? Honestly, I think so far most of my tempting fates have been very lucky because nothing horrendous has happened. In fact, I'm going to tempt a little bit more fate. Let's continue to tempt more fate. Come on, dwarf. Haha! More success. More success of fate tempting hath been brought before us. Let's see if there's anything in this that wants to eat me anyway. Nope. Glorious success. Now we just need to get down into here. This is a big gamble. Ha! Well, aside from the fact that it just filled up with water almost immediately. Congratulations, chat room and chatters. We have reached The Adamantin. It's like a badminton, but it's generally a good, not a bad. So I think it's time to praise the miners and raise your picks in glorious success. And share a round of ales. For everybody except for this dwarf who may have just doomed, at the very least, their own life. Thankfully, there's plenty of water up here. We may have just been forced away from the adamantine, but that doesn't mean that we can't reclaim it. Yeah, that. Well, let's just dig through this. I think I spoke too soon of said success, actually. If anything, maybe at this point it's a catastrophic failure. Gonna keep digging through this. Praise to be those who mine. Exactly. Dragon Roost. I'm just going to make note of that, because that won't happen today. Name my throne Dragon Roost. I'll remember what that means. You know, the lava in the spires, fine. The water in the spires, fine. The lava, the gems, and the water in the spires, very annoying. If it was just rubies and they melted, wouldn't be an issue. The only part of this that I find annoying is the part where the diamonds catch on fire constantly. Imagine, like, playing a video game where, like, your biggest concern is that the diamonds are gonna catch on fire. Such a weird video game. You guys know this is a weird video game? It's a very weird video game. Very weird video game. No, I'm aware of this. This game has taught me all of this. However, I wouldn't be bothered by this mechanic if the diamonds weren't there. It's the fact that they catch on fire and then block pathing with the smoke that annoys me. Like, that's just a fundamental issue I have with the mechanic. If the fact that it works that way is interesting. However, I wish it didn't happen as frequently as it does. That is all. Okay, so now this whip. I have a slight feeling that that dwarf is now a brick. Just a slight feeling. Suspicion, even. I'm trying to put this out, though. That's the whole point of this. There we go. Well, the population didn't drop, so I guess not. I guess not. Grr. Okay. Let's also go right here and channel through this. And this. See if we can't. Deal with that. Still a little ways off, but... I can't get rid of all these now. Frilly Cave Spider Silk Left Mitten. I do have a bit of a hard time caring about that one. I will keep channeling through here, though. It makes sense for the yellow and other impure diamonds to become clear diamonds when submerged in lava. Maybe not a red diamond. I don't know enough about how diamonds form to really say anything on that subject, I think. Something's on fire in there. Oh, just a bunch of gems, I think. Well... let's just dig. See where we end up now. See where we end up now. I'm also going to do this. Just in case. Because I'm just a lot paranoid. Okay, that gets channeled down. Checked for heat. What devilry is this? Okay, well, at least that one's sealed up. Let's just channel through here. Is that considered open space now? Oh, that's unfortunate. Let's mine through that. Let some of this water out. Put some more of it out. Drain up what remains. And we're back down in it. And we are back down in it. Chat room. Aside from that, I just found somehow more lava. And I'm amazed now that those dwarves didn't just die. I think it's fair to say we've pretty much done it. We have more or less accessed this here adamantine there. I'm proud of us. Now we just need to get through it. That's what we need to do. Now we just need to get through it. which will take a little bit more work. But thankfully, there's always time for just a little bit more work in this world. I think it's time for us to go check out a new game. You guys want to see something new? I was going to do that before the game saved, but then it saved. So do you guys want to go check out something new? We'll keep plucking away at this fort tomorrow. This is a game that released this morning. I wonder if it has 10 reviews yet. Curious what they are if it does. It has 20 reviews. 89% positive. This is the game I want to look at, chat. This. It's a traditional roguelike with a kind of heaven and hell theme. And whenever you die, the monster that kills you becomes a playable character. And it's by the people who made Outward. I think it's painfully ugly looking, but mechanically it's interesting to me. So I would like to try this. So we're going to do that. If you're going to stick around on the YouTube side, just hit the party button. If you're going to stick around here on Twitch, say you're going to stick around. Let's go do a run or two of this. See how it sticks. I don't know. I don't think it's specifically a RuneScape look, but I also don't really know what new RuneScape looks like, so. I haven't played RuneScape since, I guess, technically before it was called Classic. Just the vibe you got? Fair enough. For me, RuneScape is a very specific shape of wizard hat and staff. And that's like, and also very specific shape of helmet and shield. Is like the only real touchstone I have for a RuneScape art style. And aside from that, it's just kind of bigger than life and cartoony. RuneScape has 2D sprites? Isn't that like OG RuneScape? Like 07's, or not even 07 scape, it's like 2003 scape.